The golden-haired girl in the blue dress stood with her head slightly shyly lowered, tears glistening in her eyes. She addressed her father, but then stammered to herself, calling him the head of the family. The girl pulled out from behind her back a wreath of flowers that she had made especially for her father. The girl held out this wreath to the man, telling him that it was a gift from Lei, that is, from her. The man found this behavior irritating. He gave her a contemptuous look, declared how dare she call him her father. The man said it was all nonsense and she should get out of the way. Then, not accepting the gift, turned his back to the girl and walked away. The girl remained standing still and clenched her fists in resentment. Leonora Estrella de Hachania, the only daughter of Duke Hachania, rumored to be the illegitimate child of an imperial family. All the girl wanted was to be loved, but in the end, everyone turned their backs on her because of her origins. Leonora originally grew up as Duke Hachania's favorite daughter, but one day everything changed. Along with the news that her mother had gone missing while traveling, the oracle appeared, saying that Leonora was the illegitimate child of the imperial family. Duke Hachania, because of his wife's betrayal, turned his back on his daughter and began to neglect her. And at the age of 19, Leonora, who from a young age suffered from an incurable disease, eventually died. 10. This is a description of a love fantasy novel. The life of the protagonist is the narrative of a minor character in a family of villains from a RJMP hell of a novel in which the protagonist ended up, and a minor character at that. What's worse, the protagonist ended up in the body of the villain family's daughter, Leonora Estrella de Hachania. The protagonist in horror thought that whether all this should happen to the child in whose body she found herself. She is abandoned by her father. In addition, she dies all alone from an incurable disease. Clenching resolutely fists, the girl decided for herself, she does not want to put up with the plot. No way, she will not just go with the flow. She will use any method to avoid this fate, for the sake of these minor characters who were Leonora's brothers in the story, and also the villainous father that was only supposed to appear in the prologue of the book. The main character was determined that she was going to change them all and make Hachania's family prosper and improve her health. The girl knew for sure that she would use everything she had and would definitely survive in this duchy. The golden-haired boy was kneeling at Leonora's feet. He held onto her dress with his head down. He was pleading with her. He stood against him with his arms crossed over his chest. The girl looked at him emotionlessly and did not quite ask what he wanted from her. She called him Enoch. The golden-haired man raised his head and looked at her with a sad gasp. With tears in his eyes, he asked the girl for permission to rest for just 5 minutes. Leonora looked at him silently. She did not react in any way to his tears. Then she turned to him, and he readily raised his eyes to her quickly, not expecting any trick from her. The girl took in more air to get her breath and started yelling at the guy that Hachanias don't cry, and demanded Enoch repeat after her. The golden-haired man, barely holding back tears, began to repeat after her. Leonora then ordered him to make 100 swings with a wooden sword and ordered him to immediately follow her order. The boy started mumbling something about complying. Then the girl started yelling, asking what was wrong with his voice, why she couldn't hear him. There was a second boy watching all this, and he didn't say anything. He was obviously older than the first boy. His hair was white as ash. The golden-haired one decided to correct the girl's displeasure, abruptly straightened up and shouted that he was doing what she ordered. Such abruptness made the second boy a little frightened. Leonora stood aside and silently watched the 2 guys who were doing sword exercises. They were clearly already exhausted and without energy. The girl walked over and stood on a rock. Still keeping her arms crossed over her chest, she sighed, looking at the guys. She wondered when they would grow up, for there was still a long way to go. However, she knew if she didn't, their family as secondary characters would easily be wiped out. About a year ago, it was after a certain incident that the protagonist realized she was in the world of the novel she was reading. With the words, "Your Excellency," a servant came running into the room. He was all alarmed. He called out to the master to inform him something had happened to the lady. At that moment, his master was just with his daughter, with whom he was playing. They both turned around at his alarmed voice. The girl clearly didn't understand what was going on, and the man became wary. The servant went on to say what they say. The lady's ship capsized in the Straits of Arena. This news made the man let go of the soft toy he had been playing with his daughter a moment ago. The man looked at the servant uncomprehendingly, not believing what the man had just said. He interrupted in utter shock after what he had said. The master of the house demanded to tell him everything down to the smallest detail. The girl at this time had already picked up the soft toy that her father had missed and looked at him anxiously. Leonora pressed the soft toy closer to her. She didn't understand what strait Arena was talking about, what ship and what wreck. The girl watched the man talking to the servant, the latter telling him everything he knew. Leonora thought that it was definitely the first time she was in such a situation, but for some reason the feeling felt familiar to her. Leonora moved a little closer to the man and anxiously called out to her father. The man turned around at her voices. He was very sad. He looked at his daughter, turning to her. The man looked at his daughter with sad eyes in which tears were frozen. He then knelt down in front of her and hugged the girl. The man asked her not to worry and assured her that Noel would definitely come back to them. The girl pulled away from him slightly, but without breaking the embrace. She looked into his eyes and thought that Noel was her mom's name. Leonora reached out her small hand to the man's face. The girl looked at him, touching his face with her hand, and thought that she didn't know her father's name. This gesture on the part of the daughter surprised the man a little. After that, the man blossomed, and already tears of joy appeared in his eyes. He touched his daughter's hand, and it seemed to him that his daughter was comforting him in this way. But this touching moment was interrupted by the servant, who came up again and addressed the man, saying that he had something to tell him. The man answered nothing. He continued to embrace his daughter, but his expression became serious. The servant looked saddened. He said, "They say, that what had happened to his wife was the work of the pirates from St. Tropez, who were targeting the Empress Inez." The man immediately tensed. Empress Inez, so stubborn, wanted to go with Noel, but in the end, this is what happened. The Duke was upset, but calm. He didn't see any point in blaming anyone right now, unless Empress Inez didn't have a younger daughter left. Leonora watched her father in silence. After the Duke said Inez's name, the girl felt as if she had been electrocuted. Aenis, this name was familiar to Leonora. A vague image of the young girl immediately appeared in her mind. Leonora didn't realize what was happening. Her heart beat rapidly in her chest. The moment she heard the girl's name, her thoughts, which could not gather in any way, instantly became clear. Images of the bustling metropolis, the way she was reading a book on her phone, appeared in the girl's mind. Memories from her past life began to return, and she remembered what the Duke's name was. Leonora grabbed the collar of Duke's jacket, looking at him shocked, and screamed his name. She finally remembered that his name was Gaspar. The man didn't realize what was happening. He was aghast at his daughter's reaction. Gaspar put his daughter down and began to rise from his knees. He turned to her. She had finally learned to pronounce his name, and for some reason it was happening now. The man stood up to his full height, corrected the clothes on himself. She said that was correct. His name was Gaspar. Leonora looked at him anxiously. She was confused, and her thoughts were trying to form a picture. Then she realized what was happening because she remembered everything. Leonora fell to her knees, not believing what was happening to her. The girl was immediately approached by her father, who asked if she was all right. She began to think about where she had seen her dad's name and what the place was that she was now living in. Many thoughts were swirling around in her head, but she tried to put them all together. E. Gaspar Desiree de Hachania, the family that was exterminated without blinking an eye from the novel RJMP, which the protagonist had read in a past life before she died. Even their last name has the meaning of insignificant. The thought made the girl's head spin. Why did she become a minor character? The main character was in complete shock. She couldn't believe that this was really happening. The girl moved into the body of a minor villain who appears only in the prologue. In her previous life, she lived quietly and did as she was told. Her adoptive father, the head of national security, chose the path for her to follow. She remembered herself in a past life as she stood at the shooting range with a gun. He followed in his father's footsteps and became a special agent, learned everything related to it. She believed that someday her adoptive father would recognize her, that he would finally love her as his own daughter. And when that happened, she would live a normal life with a normal family. The girl remembered feeling the muzzle of the gun at the back of her head. She was frightened. A gunshot rang out. Before she died, she saw her foster father leaving. She reached out to him. Before she died, she heard his words. He told her good job, and that was the end of them. Then her foster father betrayed her, and she died alone. A realization came to her. Until now, she had lived happily as the youngest daughter of the Duke of the family, with no memory of her past life. So also, according to her memories, Leonora, the youngest daughter of Duke Gaspar Hachania, leaves the mortal world at the age of 19 from illness. The protagonist was simply shocked by everything that was happening to her. The girl looked carefully at the Duke because there was something else. At this moment, the Duke was talking to the maid, whom he called. He explained to her that from the looks of it seems that Leah is not well, and asked her to pay particular attention to it. The maid bowed. She understood his instructions perfectly. The protagonist continued to think. At this rate, it's not only Gaspar and her, but the whole Hachania family will face a horrible, deadly finale. The girl resolutely clenched her fist and pressed her lips together. She is not going to live a life of longing for someone's love like in her past life. But she is just a minor character whom her father loves very much. She sat and clutched her dress. Now that she remembered everything, she would not let the affair progress in its plot. The girl sat very serious and determined. She had two aims. First, to survive herself, and then to make sure that the whole family survives. The main character stood up and headed along the hallway. She stopped near a large door. For the sake of it, she would train her brothers. The girl opened the door. There were two boys in the room. The golden-haired one sat reading a book, and the older boy with white hair was just picking out something he wanted to read. They both turned and looked at her questioningly. Leonora turned to them. Their names were Enoch and Sylvie. She looked at them seriously. She needed their help. She had given herself her word that she would not let the novel follow the plot. However, for like 3 years now, she had been living in the body of a child. During that time, she realized that she had been naive. It turned out not to be so easy to find a solution. The girl was sitting in thought. Enoch approached her, asking what was wrong with her. Perhaps she was in pain. Leonora turned her attention to him and looked at him questioningly. The blonde-haired brother who looked so innocent, as if an angel had come down from heaven, was the third brother. His name was Enoch Gwendel de Hachania. Then the second brother, a fair-haired boy of the same appearance as Enoch, approached her. He was the second brother, named Sylvester Adgard de Hachanii. He wondered if perhaps she had a stomach ache. The boy looked at her anxiously. Looking at their faces, it's hard to deny that the protagonist has entered the world of the novel. They are too beautiful. The girl sighed wearily and covered her eyes. The boys watched her and gave her a questioning look. The girl wondered if they were the main characters, if they would have noticed that she was a Gotadan. She began to look at Sylvester carefully. Leonora wondered, for she was not living the storyline from the novel to this day. If the original story runs its course, Hachania's family would come to an end. Sylvester looked at her carefully, even with a kind of bewilderment. Sylvester brushed his bangs away from Leonora's forehead with his hand, leaned over slightly, and put his forehead against her GB with his own to check her temperature. He noticed that it didn't look like she had a fever. Leonora looked at him with sadness. They were quiet kind, but to die just because they were minor characters made her sad because of it. Just then the door to the room opened. The boys were informed that they now had practice time. The boys were not very happy about this, but they had no choice. They informed Sir Barristan that they would be right there. After which Enoch began to rub the girl's cheeks and said if Leia was sick, then let her be sure to speak up instead of keeping quiet, and promised that they would be back soon. Leonora did not react in any way to his actions. Enoch kept saying that it would be hard to concentrate on training because of worrying about Leia. Sylvester only sat silently and watched them with some excitement in his eyes. The girl didn't like the way he was rubbing her cheeks, and she immediately realized that the guy wanted to skip class. She asked him to take his hands off her. After that, the guy took his hands off her face, hugged her a little, and kissed her cheek. He told her not to be sick. Enoch stood up and headed for the door. With a smile on his face, he promised her that they would be back soon. The girl thought something how soon to get free clearly didn't depend on him. Leonora touched her cheek. She felt strange. It was also strange in general, but after the return of her past life's memories, somehow out of place and awkward. The girl was immersed in my thoughts because no one had previously treated her like this in her past life. That's when Sylvester approached her, distracting her from her thoughts of the past. He noticed that she was acting stranger than usual today. Maybe she had something going on. He didn't hear the answer, though, as he was called out by Sir Barristan's voice, asking him what he was doing there and calling him to hurry up and go to training. Sylvester apologized to Sir Barristan, stood up, and headed for the door. Leonora waved goodbye to him, and M. Cecily asked the lad's pardon, for she could not tell yet. Leonora sat pensively. The meeting with them had not helped her much. Then she decided that it was not worth wasting her time, that she had better get on with the business at hand. She needed to get to the bottom of the situation now, and she headed resolutely toward the library exit to her room. Once inside her room, she walked over to the table where the white paper and colored pencil crayons lay. That was what was needed. The girl thought that if she wrote in Korean letters, no one would understand. She took a piece of paper and began to write down, first her name, Leonora Estrella de Hachania, the only daughter of the Hachania family, age 3, destined to die of an incurable disease at the age of 19. Next, she recorded her father, Gaspar Desire de Hachania, Duke of the Willenen Empire and the Emperor's right-hand man. The girl wrote all this down thinking that for the moment there was still. Next was her mother and Duchess Noel, the only female admiral in the empire. Immediately after giving birth, she set sail with her close friend, the Empress, and 3 years later was kidnapped by pirates, missing. The girl thought about it. If you think about it that way, that rumor started spreading right after she went missing on Noel. To Leonora, it seemed suspicious. Among Hachania's children, there is one who inherited the blood of the imperial family. That's what the oracle had told everyone. Rumors spread that Noel had conspired with a member of the imperial family, and that the proof was the content on the scroll. Aside from the sadness of losing his wife, Gaspar was devastated to learn from the rumors that she had betrayed him, and Gaspar, who guessed that the illegitimate child was Leonora, gradually turned his back on her. The girl was so sad about this. Nevertheless, he soon refused to obey the emperor's family, and the cause of his treason was Leonora's death, viz. Because the only cure for this disease, the disease of Raour, was a special elixir. Got the protagonist of the novel suffering from the same disease, Ines. Somewhat suspiciously, the death of the daughter he turned his back on was the cause of the affair. Somehow it doesn't add up. Perhaps it's the character of Gaspar Hachania, a pathetic minor character who never got to expel his illegitimate child, the stronghold of his wife's adultery, started to feel a piercing sense of guilt when Leonora's affliction eventually died. The original story didn't exactly state which of the children was illegitimate, but it is still her Leonora, since her 3 brothers look very much like Gaspar. Once this rumor spreads, my affectionate father, and after him the entire duchy, will turn their eyes away from her without blinking. The girl clutched the piece of paper with force. If everything is left as it is, the girl will die early in this life as well. She needs to somehow be the first to get the elixir. The girl looked thoughtfully at the crumpled piece of paper in her hand. However, one must traverse the endless desert and the great oceans beyond it to get that elixir. The only person who is able to get the one-of-a-kind elixir. This is not the protagonist or even His Majesty the Emperor. And my first Leonore, whose face she has never even seen. 115. Zachary's older first brother, who was an exact replica of Gaspar. Why her first brother gave the elixir to Inez and not her, his sister, many would ask. All because Zachary was the second main male character in the original. It seems that for him, seeing his beloved Inez suffer was completely incomparable to his dying little sister. As always, the male protagonist is usually a fool who sees nothing but love. This annoyed the girl terribly. Everything would be easier if Zachary gave her the elixir, but there is 0 chance that he will. Leonora lay exhausted on the floor, not knowing what she should do next. Leonora bit her lip in pain and touched her head. After she remembered her past life, the headache only got worse, as if her body had become heavy. Her loneliness and reflection was interrupted by 2 maids, Lulu and Lala. They entered the room and informed her that it was time for a snack, and they brought in a tray of food. Lala approached the girl. She gave her a questioning look. What was she so busy doing that she didn't even hear the knock on the door? Leonora sat on the floor and wondered why they had come now. It was bad timing. Lala took the girl's tape and marveled at her notes. Leonora hastily started saying there was nothing special there and tried to take back the tapes. In her panic, she thought that it was impossible for the maid to realize that they were letters. Lulu said dolefully that she thought the girl was studying and she was scribbling. Her young mistress even scribbles are so cute. Leonora thought with relief, it's a good thing she's a child, because whatever you do, everything is seen as the act of a child. On the tray were 2 large mouth-watering cookies, a small vase of fresh flowers, and a glass of water. The maids wished her a pleasant appetite. The girl took the first cookie and was about to start eating it when she was interrupted by one of the maids. Leonora looked at her questioningly with her mouth open. Lala said that Robert, the cook, told her that he couldn't make your favorite juice because the ingredients were missing. Her maid asked her, please bear with her today sometime, and tomorrow she will surely bring it to her. Leonora was confused. I don't know what she's talking about. The maid stood restlessly by her while she ate the cookies. They did not know what to do. The young mistress seemed to be upset. They assured her that the cook had said he would be sure to make some tomorrow. But that wasn't what Leonora was upset about. She'd like to get full while she can. Once the rumor spreads that she is the illegitimate child of a member of the imperial family, everyone in this estate will turn their backs on her. She first recalled how it was raining terribly that day. She stood by the window watching the rain and thought, before, when it rained like that, her daddy would always stay and be by her side. She turned and looked around the empty room, but he hadn't come today. Perhaps that was even better. Because somewhere now he must find out that I'm a complete replica of the wife who betrayed him, actually a bastard child. These thoughts made the girl feel resentful, and she clutched her eyes and began to cry. But suddenly, she felt as if she had been electrocuted and opened her eyes sharply. She seems to be going crazy. She is already frightened by the very thought that Daddy is simply absent. She wrapped her arms around herself. It seemed that since her body had become childlike, her consciousness was beginning to adjust to it. Compared to that loneliness in her past life, the girl remembered her old self. The time she spent with her father was only a moment, but she already misses his warmth. And the girl began to go over all the pleasant moments she had with her father. About now, rumors are spreading all over the estate, and even Lulu and Lala, no one else will take her side. Leonora opened her eyes wide. She had become weak. If this continued, she wouldn't survive in this world. The girl started patting her cheeks to cheer herself up and bring herself to her senses. She was determined to get a grip on herself. She needed to focus on what she needed to do now, which was her favorite ways to get the elixir. However, she woke up in her bed. She saw her maids in her room and turned to them questioningly. They turned to her with happy smiles and wished her good morning, and remarked that the young mistress was so lovely even after her sleep. Leonora didn't understand what they were doing here, why it was no different from a normal morning. Maybe they hadn't heard the rumors yet. The girl was utterly perplexed. The girl had already started to say that, in fact. But to finish, she was not allowed to finish. Abruptly, the door of her room swung open. 3 young men began to enter Leonora's room with a confident step. They looked very serious. They were the guards. Lala immediately blocked their way to the mistress and began to shout what they were doing. How could they enter the young duchess's room like that? The guards looked at her in silence without saying a word. Then one of them turned to the other. He decided that it was time to start, and he nodded his head in agreement. They began to pack up the girl's things. Leonora knew it. She got up from her bed while the maid demanded that these young men dare not touch the things. Lala asked in a rage what they were doing, to which the young man laughed at her words. After the lad laughed, he stated that the Duke had ordered the young ladies' rooms to be moved to a separate estate. Leonora looked at him upset. This is because she is no longer part of the family. One maid asked another what it meant. The second maid replied, "Is it because of those rumors?" Leonora looked at her maids, just as she thought Lala and Lulu already know. Then the young man said to the maids that since they were maids of the manor, they could no longer serve Leonora, and ordered them to leave. The girls did not expect this. They were upset. The maids turned sadly to the girl and turned to her with tears in their eyes. Leonora was all right. She was ready for this. They left the Duke's house and headed for a separate estate. The young men were carrying boxes of the girl's belongings. One of them turned around and warned Leonora that it was raining. The ground was very slippery and asked her to be careful. It was hard for Leonora to follow them, but she didn't say a word to him and stubbornly followed them. Then the boy suggested to his partner to stop for a while. He saw how hard it was for the girl. She was just a child. Maybe someone should take her in his arms. But his partner sternly told him to leave her alone. He said irritably, "What good is it in her to take her in his arms and even to carry her? She is the illegitimate child of the wife who betrayed our Duke." But the man said to watch his words. There was no direct evidence that the young lady Leonora was in question. She was put away until a decision was made. They continued to argue while behind them, with quite a smile, followed by the girl. She thought that here they were jerks, not watching their words at all in front of the child. If they were her subordinates in her past life, she wouldn't let it go so easily. Leonora thought back to her own in her past life. She was already imagining what she could do to him. Finally, they reached a separate building. It was a gorgeous large house. Leonora was all out of breath. She was exhausted. Her first thought was that they finally made it. Her legs hurt so much she thought she was going to die. It was so hard to survive in a child's body. Here one of the guards, carrying a box, addressed Mrs. Nora that they had brought the girl's things, and it was time for them to return. The girl looked at him. She did not know who Nora was. Then a woman's voice sounded that she would take care of the rest. She addressed Leonora, emphasizing the words, young mistress. The girl turned at the voice. Could it really be Teacher Nora? Before her stood a young woman with maroon hair tied back in a bundle and brown eyes that looked at her with a look of disapproval. The woman remarked that it was not yet known whether she could continue to be called young mistress. They entered the house, a part of the mansion that hadn't been cared for in a long time, unlike the main building. The servants don't even show their noses here. Leonora was walking down the hallway and thought that being here, one would directly begin to realize that she was now scum. In any case, the time spent in the annex wouldn't be long. The emperor would soon decide that she was the illegitimate child among the Hachania family and would soon summon her, fearing the spread of rumors that the imperial family's lineage was tainted. Leonora ran after the woman who walked ahead of her so fast that she could not keep up with her. The girl thought the woman was mocking her. The woman was very annoyed. She stopped abruptly, turned to the girl, and shouted at her that she could not move faster. She was very busy. After which she smirked and said, unlike the one who just idly exists. Leonora was taken aback. She couldn't believe what she had just told her. The girl tried to calm herself down. She knew she just had to be patient. Duke Hachania's servants, very loyal to Gaspar, might not like the fact that she was a bastard child. Still, the woman had a lot going for her. Leonora looked carefully at the women walking ahead. Was this woman's feelings for Gaspar just loyalty or something more? The woman opened the door, revealing the room the girl would be using while she was here. It was a dingy room covered all over with dust and cobwebs. It was noticeable that it had not been used for many years. The woman gave her a stern look. She obviously didn't want to babysit the girl anymore and said if she didn't understand anything, let her ask her now. Leonora shot a challenging glance at her and said what she had said earlier, the one who idly existed when she meant it. Nora smirked contentedly and asked, "And what do you think, girl, of course, of the Duke's dead wife? She was a petty and unfaithful woman." Whereupon she began pointing her finger at the girl and saying that the result of this foul deed was, she a young lady. The girl grew dark, she thought. Why are all the servants in this family like this? How dare they say such things to a child? Leonora of the moment was taken aback when the woman suddenly started shouting that her mother was a dirty woman. How dare she give their beloved head of the family? Nora wrapped her arms around herself and a slight blush appeared on her cheeks. She went on to say that even the boat had capsized. This was her punishment. If she were in her place, she would always be there to keep their Duke safe. The woman continued, talking about how poor the Duke was. Leonora stood in shock, not realizing if the woman was serious now. Her mother, a face she didn't even remember, was now being insulted. Why the hell should she put up with this? The girl indifferently looked at Nora and coldly said, "It's time for her to wake up from her dream. Whatever happens, she is indifferent to her father." The woman instantly turned pale and calmed down. She couldn't believe what this girl had just told her, and how dare she even dare? Nora looked at the girl. She was angry with her. Then she said Leonora was not his child. She was bleeding foul blood. Perhaps the woman wanted to add something else, but she stopped, looking at the girl in shock. The woman clearly did not expect such a response from the child. She asked her to wait. The guards, who had already left the house, were heading back to the castle. They heard a scream and turned around. They were wondering what those sounds were. Apparently, they were coming from inside the house. The woman was yipping, screaming at the whole house and begging to be let go. She didn't understand where the child got so much strength from. The girl grabbed her hair with a dead grip and pulled. Nora couldn't stand it and swung her hand. She wanted to hit the girl, but she let go of her instantly. The woman saw the look on the girl's face and caught her with her hand up. She was confused. She looked at the girl and did not realize what child in such a situation even blinked my eyes. Leonora stood with a cold stare, looking her straight in the eye. Suddenly, the guards rushed into the house. They came running at Nora's scream. They ran to her and asked what was wrong. The woman had not expected them to show up. The woman clutched the fabric of her skirt angrily. She didn't want to admit what had just happened, so she simply replied that nothing had happened. She began to fix her hair, which was slightly disheveled because of Leonora's grip, then said that Mrs. Leonora, just not yet accustomed to the new conditions, and glared angrily at the girl. The girl crossed her arms over her chest and glared back at her angrily. She thought that the woman had lied, which meant she wasn't stupid. Leonora understood when her family and servants openly expressed an opinion, but she would measure up to being looked down upon by those like her. She approached one of the guards, one who was kind to her. He looked at her questioningly. Then she decided she would just act like a child, and she turned to the guy with sad eyes. He said she was just really hungry. In fact, she was really hungry, for she had expended a lot of energy. The guard looked at her sadly, then shifted his gaze to the woman, the expression on their faces clearly expressing condemnation. Nora realized the girl's game and asked her to wait for a while and went somewhere else. Leonora, in turn, looked at her with a triumphant expression. The girl thought that the woman must feel inferiority because of a 3-year-old child. There are such people everywhere. Leonora looked at her hands with delight. Such power in a child's body, perhaps in Leonora's body. There is something like mana with that. One will find a way to live with it sometime when things settle down. She wondered if perhaps she could learn how to control mana using the plot of the novel. Would have to try different ways. Suddenly she heard some noise. She wondered who was there. There must not be anyone else who came to see her. Maybe Nora had come to get revenge on her. Suddenly a man appeared in the doorway. The girl did not expect him to appear. It was Roberti's cook. The man came in and greeted her. He was pleased that she had memorized the name of a low-born man like him. He had some sort of package in his hands. Leonora didn't understand what he was doing here. Roberti took something out of the bag. He said he had brought her some juice. He heard she was pretty upset yesterday about not getting juice. It bothered him, so he decided to make it for her. He handed her a bottle of juice. The girl took the juice from his hands and was thankful to him. Was this really what he had come through here for? She was happy. Just then someone's voice was heard. It was ordering to stop. The girl looked in the direction the voice was coming from. She could not believe her eyes. A boy with white hair was standing in front of her. He emotionlessly asked the cook what he had just given Leonora. The man immediately blanched and began to apologize, and the girl was perplexed as to what he was doing here, young gentleman. The boy looked sternly at Roberti. It was Sylvester. He crossed his arms over his chest and stared at the man imploringly. Sylvester continued to persist in asking what the man had just given Leonora. The girl still didn't understand what he was doing here. Perhaps he had come because he had heard the rumors. Roberti was shaking all over. He was nervous. He tried to explain to him, but he couldn't get a single word out clearly. The girl looked at him and mentally ordered him not to be frightened of the child. Sylvester continued to look at him sternly and demanded that the man answer him. The cook tried to explain that he wanted to give the young mistress juice. The lad wondered at whose orders the man had done so, but Roberti continued to remain silent. Sylvester gloomily looked at Roberti and asked if he had gotten permission from the Duke to come here. The man began to make excuses that no, he had no permission. Leonora began to feel sorry for him. She looked at him with sympathy. Then she turned a menacing look on Sylvester. He has nothing better to do than to come all this way to argue. He doesn't like a cook taking care of a child out of wedlock. Leonora sighed and said she wouldn't drink it and asked the man to take it back. She handed him a bottle of juice. Roberti wanted to say he couldn't take it back, but the juice bottle slipped from his hands and fell to the floor and shattered. Sylvester instantly rushed to the girl, and the cook was just horrified with worry. He began to ask if the girl was all right. He was very pale with fright. Sylvester looked at her and said in horror that she had a wound. Leonora lifted her dress and looked at the wound on her leg. She was perplexed as to why such a reaction. It was just a small scratch. She was instantly lifted into Sylvester's arms. Holding her in his arms, he requested that Roberti get a doctor now. The girl was all confused. Roberti rushed to fetch the doctor, and Sylvester put the girl on the window. He asked anxiously if the girl was in pain. But Leonora was resentful of the boy. He was so worried over a little scratch, though only that he himself had tried to take away the juice. The boy looked at her anxiously, but said nothing more. When Leonora looked up at him, the uncomprehending thought that she didn't understand at all what he was thinking. Didn't he come over because he wanted to say something to her? Sylvester did not have the friendly nature that Enoch had, so he was clumsy in expressing his feelings, but Leonora felt that he cared for her, because she is his little sister. Leonora realized with sadness and regret that she was no longer his sister. Sylvester continued to look at her restlessly and wondered if it hurt badly and if she wanted him to examine the wound. He reached his hand toward her, but the girl pushed him away with force and demanded that he leave. The boy looked at her in bewilderment. He did not understand what had happened. Leonora frowned. She decided stop expressing feelings. It would be better for their future, and it should be. She gave him a Suvorova look and told him once more to get out of here. Sylvester was clearly upset. He didn't understand why he had to leave. He asked her if she really wanted him to go and leave her. Leonora stated emphatically that she really wanted him to, but the guy still didn't understand why she wanted him to put her up. The girl thought that she didn't want to repeat the mistakes of her past life. It was too late, but she would just try to put the feelings aside at least for now. Maybe it's all just a dream where she just wanted to have a family. Sylvester turned to her. She told him not to call her by her first name. He wondered why, whereupon she stated because he was not her brother. The girl's words struck him like a thunderclap, and they were repeated and repeated in his mind, over and over again. He asked her what it meant. Suddenly, Leonora felt a sudden chill, but the windows were closed. She wondered if Sylvester was using mana, and even on a child. She glanced at him, but he expressed no emotion and demanded that she answer. But the girl couldn't answer him, she thought indignantly, since he had frozen her mouth. How should she answer him? Himself first started, so something to react to, and she continued to sit silently on the sofa and smiled at him. She began to shiver with cold. It was a much colder sensation than the book described. If it continued like this, it would be dangerous, the cold that chilled down to her fingertips. A doctor burst into the rooms along with a maid. The doctor asked worriedly what the young gentleman was doing. The maid panickedly asked if the girl was all right. But Sylvester turned sharply toward them and told them to stay back. He needed to hear an answer from Leonora. The girl thought it looked like he was out of control because of what she said. Leonora mentally asked the maid to help her. The maid was desperate because she couldn't help her now. Sylvester demanded that Leonora answer him, but the girl said she was very cold, but she said so quietly that the lad did not hear her. That was why he asked her again. The girl was already annoyed. Whereupon she yelled at him at the top of her voice that she was cold. That's when the guy realized that he had used mana. Apparently he didn't even notice it because he was very confused. Leonora was getting dizzy because of the cold. She started to faint. The guy and the maid instantly rushed to her. Before she fainted, the girl thought that she would deal with Sylvester later. She would tell her dad everything. She looked at Sylvester's troubled face. And already when the darkness swallowed her, she realized that she couldn't tell anyone. She didn't have a daddy anymore. The girl opened her eyes. She looked out the window. It was already night outside the window. Leonora did not realize where she was. Someone addressed her. Leonora turned her head at the sound of the voice. It was her father who was sitting on the edge of her bed, looking at her anxiously. The girl didn't understand what Daddy was doing in the outhouse. Had he really come here because he was worried about her? She sat up in bed, and her father hugged her affectionately behind her back. Unexpectedly, Leonora sneezed. She apologized. Her father assured her it was all right. All this time, Sylvester was standing behind the tool. The tool was transparent, so he was perfectly visible, though he covered himself completely. A little while later, his father turned to him. He informed him that he could be seen perfectly well from there, so he might not hide there. The boy looked out. He had a guilty look and looked sadly at his sister. But Leonora didn't seem to notice him, so when he looked out, she was very surprised. She wondered how long he had been standing there. The father gazed at the boy, and in a serious tone turned to him and asked him if he had anything to say to Leonora. Sylvester approached the girl's bedside. He held his hands behind his back and lowered his eyes down guiltily, but he continued silent. His father addressed him sternly once more. The boy, with the same guilty look, began to tell that strange rumors had reached him in the morning, and he had come to the annex, but for some reason he was upset that Leah was doing well without them. Afterwards, he apologized to the girl. Leonora turned away from him resentfully, showing with all her appearance that she did not accept his apology. She thought that since he apologized, everything would magically become good, or something, and she could have died after all. The girl stated to him that she didn't want to talk to him. Sylvester didn't expect this. He was very upset that she hadn't forgiven him. Leonora was approached by her father. He looked at her and said that Sylvester was wrong for using mana, but her brother apologized. It was wrong to ignore an apology. The girl sat and listened to him intently. The girl looked at the man. She was a little hurt. for he was now, taking the side of someone who didn't even have to apologize. All because he knows she is not his sister. Coming to the annex must have been some kind of sympathy. Leonora was upset. She was crumpling the blanket in her hands. The girl began to sneeze without stopping. Apparently in this way she did not want to speak to her brother, but the man understood her plan and addressed her sternly. Leonora looked warily at the man who continued to look at her sternly. She realized that she had failed with this trick, and he didn't believe her. The girl, under the onslaught of her father, gave in. She looked at her brother, who had no face on him. He stood all gloomy like a storm cloud. Leonora took a pillow, hugged it, thus covering herself. She said she was accepting the boy's apology. She thought that Sylvester hadn't attacked her. Even experienced people have trouble controlling mana. After his sister said that she would forgive him, Sylvester's face instantly changed. He was a little surprised, but he was glad that his sister had forgiven him after all. Sylvester then turned to his sister and thanked her for forgiving him. The boy was glowing with happiness and seemed about to cry. Leonora thought he was so happy that she forgave him. Hachania's family is so mildly characteristic. The next day she forgave Sylvester and let him go. The girl was lying in bed. She felt very badly, for because she had frozen, Leonora had become very ill. She thought that she had forgiven the boy for nothing, that she would never forgive him, for she was hurting like hell. She didn't realize that she was hurt by all of this. In this world, the special knights who could handle mana were called soul knights. There were 4 seasons of mana. They were flowers, which was the attribute of spring, sun, which was the attribute of summer, shadow, which was the attribute of fall, and winder, which was the attribute of winter. There were attributes that epitomized the 4 seasons, and even handling the aura of one season required great talent. Among them, Sylvester was a winter knight born with the mana of the attribute of winter. Even a short-term exposure to the mana of a winter knight, which could easily be used to freeze both the earth and people, must have been too much for Leonora's weak body. The girl lay sick with a fever, her maid Lala hovering around her. She wondered if her mistress could get her anything. The girl asked her if the maid was allowed to be here. The girl looked at her affectionately, adjusting her blanket, informed her that her lord had given her permission. So the girl may not worry about that now. Leonora was a little surprised. She thought Gaspar was up to something. He probably just mellowed out for a bit towards her while she was sick. Meanwhile, the maid stroked her head. She said since the girl had taken her medicine, so she would soon fall asleep. The girl remembered the day when she and her father were together. She made him a wreath and gave it to him. She thought that her father was very mild in character, so that's why he let the maid take care of her sick. The girl was lying in bed. She was a little red because of the fever, and the thought occurred to her that perhaps he still thought of her as family. But with the thought that she should no longer be so deluded, the girl fell into slumber. Through the dream, she heard someone calling her. Leonora could not make out whose voice it was or what was wanted of her. She opened her eyes and saw Enoch in front of her. He looked at her with concern and asked if she was all right. The girl hadn't expected to see him here. She rubbed her eyes sleepily with her hand. He was glad that she was finally awake, for she had slept for as much as 2 days. Leonora was shocked at how long she had slept. She sat up and wondered what he was doing here. Didn't he have practice time right now? Enoch climbed up with his feet on her bed and looked at her. He replied that he thought he couldn't concentrate on training and came to see her. He was very worried about her. Enoch looked at her this way with concern in his eyes. But the girl remained silent and only looked at him suspiciously. Enoch realized at once that she did not believe him. He grabbed her by the nose and began to say that he was really worried about her. Leonora thought that didn't mean skipping training. He wouldn't even be her brother anymore, wasting her time. The girl said she was in pain, but the boy kept holding her nose. Then she got angry, shouted at him that he should stop holding her nose. It hurts her, and hit him in the face. Enoch eyed and clutched his face, but he was not angry with the girl. He said he was hurt, and since she was getting older, it didn't mean she was allowed to hit him anymore. But Enoch remembered when she was little and couldn't talk yet. She used to follow him around all day long so he would hug her. Does she not remember that? Leonora threw herself at him again with her fists and kept saying that no such thing had happened, that he was a liar. But the boy assured her with a satisfied smile that it was all true, and so it had happened. Leonora told Enoch what had happened that day to her and Sylvester. The boy was just in shock. He couldn't believe that she had said what she had told her brother. Had she really said that he was no longer her big brother? Why on earth would she say that to him? The girl thought that she said it to get rid of her feelings, but she can't say it out loud. Whereupon the girl said because Sylvester is not her brother. Enoch still didn't understand why she said that. Afterward, he looked carefully into her eyes and asked then who he was to her. Leonora looked at him and wanted to say something to him already, but she hesitated and mentally stopped herself. She looked at his happy face and thought he might react the same way as Sylvester, but she wasn't completely cured yet. It's not worth the risk. Weighing the pros and cons, she turned to him and awkwardly told him that he was still her brother. Enoch breathed a sigh of relief. The boy was insanely happy about this, and since that was the case, now he could go to training. Leonora looked at him emotionlessly and thought and said he couldn't go to practice because he was worried about her. The boy headed for the exit, and before he left, promised her that he would come to see her again, and left. After the door closed behind him, the girls ponder. Enoch was a minor character. She only remembers that he and Gaspar were killed by the Emperor. Enoch seemed to have some other role, but Leonora couldn't remember. Nothing had occurred to her. It would have been nice if she had more information from the original. The girl looked up and reached up to the ceiling. She thought, geez, there's no buff from getting into the body of a minor character. Suddenly there was a bright light. The girl looked up questioningly. She didn't understand what was going on. What was that? Afterward, something fell on her head. Leonora yelped and grabbed her head. She was in pain. She thought, damn, what the hell is this? She obviously didn't expect anything like this. She looked over to where the object that fell on her was and couldn't believe her eyes. There was a book on the floor. The girl flashed over to it, unable to believe her eyes. Could it really be the original text? Her prayer had been answered. She was grateful. It must be checked now. Leonora opened the book and began to read it. It said that the baby sent by the pirates from St. Tropez with the head of Empress Inez cried. The name of that child was Inez. Leonora was shocked to see the name of the protagonist of this book. It turns out that this is really the original. The girl didn't understand what was happening now. Here it struck the girl, really. Earlier she was curious about the content of the novel, and then this book fell down. Could it be that heaven was helping her to get what she wanted? Leonora started shouting what she wanted, namely, a mountain of treasure, immortality, and level up alone to the whole room. On the first floor of the house, she was even heard by Nora, who wondered with interest what that girl was doing there. The girl stood with her hands in the air. She realized that it didn't seem to work that way. She was very disappointed. She decided to go back to reading the book. Leonora began to read about what Emperor Gregor then said, imprison the princess in the palace. Those who opposed this cut off their heads. The girl reading this thought, what nonsense, some kind of lunatic. Although it is understandable, she already had a tyrannical upbringing. Leonora continued reading further. The emperor tried to ease the pain of his bereavement by turning his back on his wife, who had left on a trip without telling him she was pregnant. But he never could, because his wife came back dead in a crate with the baby. Leonora continued reading, but turning the page, she was very surprised. The sheets of paper were blank. She didn't understand why the sheets were blank. She began to scrutinize the book. Suddenly, Leonora exclaimed. The girl was surprised to see that the letters themselves began to be added to the book in front of her. It said that Inez did not even know the face of her father, Gregor. She was sent to an old estate where no one came to see her. However, at about the age of 2, Inez realized that she had been reborn. There was a little girl lying in her crib sucking her thumb. She had light brown hair and green eyes. It was the princess of the Willenian Empire, Ines Denea Willeni. Inez slyly started laughing. She thought, Leonora should come here as soon as possible. To live a comfortable childhood with such a weak body, she needs to absorb a huge amount of Leonora's mana. After which Inez grinned evilly, she thought, by the way, around this time the oracle should appear, and everyone in the duchy would turn away from Leonora because she offered her hand to spread rumors. Inez decided she would no longer be in as much pain as before. She happily exclaimed for her mana vault to come to her soon. Leonora read all this and just wondered more and more. She didn't realize what it was that she had just read. She didn't know how to understand it. The girl closed the book. It was as if she was electrocuted. The realization came that the main character, Inez, was reborn. It was just crazy. The girl thought about the fact that Inez was going to absorb her mana. She didn't remember reading about it before. She realized that things had changed. The content of the book seemed to fill in as the story progressed, and only the description of the Empress accident from the beginning of the novel was written as in the original. If she went to the imperial palace like that, she wouldn't be able to fight back no matter what Inez did. Leonora realized, therefore, she must stay at the manor now. She started going through her things and realized that there was nothing useful to take with her, nothing at all. She was frustrated. This was some kind of cosplay of a child. Then the only option was to break through. The girl was walking down the hallway. She reached her father's office, but the young man at the entrance told her that the gentleman was not in right now. She said then she would wait here for her father, but the man refused her, saying she could not stay in the corridor outside the office. Leonora was angry, and he hadn't acted like that before. She was offended. She turned to the young man. His name was Henry. He looked at her calmly. It was Gaspar's assistant, Henry Masad. He turned his attention to the girl. The girl, with a happy smile, held out her hand to him and happily said she would give him this. She had candy in her hand. Henry, not understanding and confused, looked at her and asked why she was giving it to him. Then the girl turned on all her charm and began to say that Henry was working very hard helping her papa. To herself, Leonora thought to herself, a child can't prepare gold or riches as a bribe, so one must pretend to be nice and harmless. The young man had no words, but nevertheless he accepted the candy she gave and thanked her. The girl asked for one of them. He gave it to her father. The girl turned around and said goodbye to the young man. She was still nice and friendly to him. Henry bowed a sign of respect to her, and she, with a serious expression on her face, headed back to her room. If she came tomorrow, she could see Gaspard. That, at least, was what she thought. The next day, she heard again from the young man an apology, and that the gentleman was out today as well. The next day, the same thing happened again. Henry apologized and asked her to leave. The girl stood there confused with candy in her hands. And the next day, the young man just looked at her confused already. Leonora was indignant. She was angry. No matter how you look at it, he is just avoiding her. She tried to stay in the Duke's family by attacking Gaspar's weak heart. But if she can't even meet him, there's no point. The girl was frustrated. If this continues, things will get complicated. Then she noticed there were small flowers growing under the tree near which she was standing. She is no longer his daughter, but resents him for changing. It was because of the love she had received from him, until now. Leonora took the flowers and started to weave a wreath, but she was a little unsuccessful. She wondered if that's not how it's done. Who knows, but she is now. She just wants to see him smile. The girl stood up and enthusiastically squealed that she was ready. She would try again to get into his office. She stood satisfied with herself, holding the wreath of flowers she had woven. Leonora headed for the house. She ran down the corridors. The girl was happy and was holding the wreath she had just woven. She thought she should be allowed into the study this time. She thought so because Gaspar was a man who was happy even with such a small gift. Even sympathy would go. He had come to visit her when she was sick, after all. The girl ran so fast and was so absorbed in her thoughts that she did not notice an obstacle in her path, and she ran at full speed and struck it. She was in pain. She held her head and rubbed the bruised spot. She did not know what she had collided with. She opened her eyes and saw Gaspar in front of her. He gave her a piercing look, after which he coldly asked her who she called Daddy. The girl was shocked at what she heard. The girl turned to him. She called him Daddy. Gaspar coldly said that she was obstructing the passage and told her to get out of the way. At first the girl was confused. She did not realize what had happened, but after she realized, she bit down with resentment. It's okay. He was just angry because of Noel's betrayal. Leonora once again called his daddy, but after which immediately corrected himself and called him the head of the family, said she wanted to give him something. The girl held out a wreath which she had made him of flowers. The man looked at her coldly, and without saying a word, took the wreath from her hands as well. Leonora thought happily that this was it, that she had succeeded. Leonora thought, right, nothing to worry about, let him say so, but Gaspar has a soft character. Meanwhile, the man stood looking at her gift. Then he threw the wreath she had made on the floor and began to stomp it with his foot. Leonora looked at him without understanding. How could he do such a thing? She was shocked at his act. Gaspar said he didn't know why she was giving him this trash, but no more doing useless things, and again demanded that she get out of his sight, walked away from her. The girl just couldn't believe what she had just heard. How could he say that? Trash, disappear. no matter how much he felt betrayed by Noelle. There's no way Gaspar would say those words. Leonora sharply called out to him. He stopped momentarily, then turned around, glaring angrily at her. Gaspar said, "How dare she address him like that?" The girl spun around and kicked him in the leg with acceleration. The man clearly didn't expect that. He was hurt, and his legs instantly gave out. He thought with irritation and anger, where did she get such strength since she was just a child? Gaspar sat on the floor, and Leonora stood beside him and said that this was how she would address him, after which she pointed her finger at him and said that he was not her papa. The man looked at her in surprise. Apparently she had hit the mark. 3 years ago, the night before he ascended the throne, as soon as he woke up, he found himself in the body of a duke. He heard someone calling his name. He slowly opened his eyes. Someone was calling his name Gaspar. When he fully came to his senses, he saw a beautiful girl in front of him. Could it be the eldest daughter of the Marquis of Jaron? The girl looked at him anxiously and asked if he was all right. It was the Duchess of Hachania, Noelle Marianne de Hachania. The man rose abruptly and stared at her. He could not say a word. He was in utter confusion. The girl looked at him worriedly. She was asking what had suddenly happened to him. The man noticed that she was also naked. He didn't understand what was even going on. He thought the girl must have used some kind of drug on him. He covered his eyes and said, "Let her get dressed first." The girl was confused and asked again, and he said yes. Now, after being in Duke's body, he didn't even notice that it was someone else's body. The fact that it's a girl here is definitely some kind of trick by the Marquis of Joran. The Marquis was the one who supported Gregor's ascension to the throne as emperor. Now that his coronation is confirmed, is trying to use his daughter to manipulate him. The man starts to get out of bed and tells the girl that they need to clarify one thing. The girl looked at him questioningly. The man stated if there is a child after what happened today, he will not accept that child as his own. Noelle walked up to him and stared intently into his eyes. The man did not know what she wanted from him. She looked at him intently, but she was already smiling slightly. He thought she was going to change his mind with her beauty, but he was sure it wouldn't work on him. She grabbed her shirt sharply that the guy didn't realize what was about to happen. She swung around and slapped him in the face with all her might. Noelle asked him who he was and stated that he was definitely not her husband Gaspar after all. The man stood shocked. What Gaspar? He didn't know who he was talking about, but he certainly wasn't him. From that day on, he was imprisoned in the Duke's body, and it was only when the moon rose that he was able to use the body, to move at will. The man, remembering his first meeting with Noelle, looked at the girl and thought she was a copy of her mother. Leonora kept asking him who he was. He was definitely not her daddy after all. She yelled at him. Can he even hear what she is saying to him? She was angry and annoyed. Looking at her, he will still wake up convinced that the girl is really absolutely a copy of her mother. At this time, the girl's patience ran out, and she headed toward him threateningly again. She started kicking him with her foot on his own leg. This was beginning to annoy the man himself. He couldn't stand it and told her to stop. Leonora stopped, looking at him a little surprised. He said he was actually her father. The girl raised her fist threateningly again and interrogated him. He repeated that he was her father. The man propped his face with his hand thoughtfully and continued to sit on the floor. From what the oracle had said, it seemed he had taken over Gaspar's body when her mother had her. The man continued to ponder. At this time, his mana flowed into a new life, and the bastard child of the imperial family appeared. Leonora didn't understand what he was babbling on about, what he meant by everything, by mana leaking out, what he was even talking about, what it all meant. She asked once more if he was her father. He was silent for a moment, after which he started to get up from the floor. He didn't have time to waste on her anyway, so she told her to fuck off again. The man continued and explained that the time that he could stay in this body was short. He must find out who put this curse on him and find his body. He stopped abruptly. The girl grabbed onto him. Leonora clung to him and told him he couldn't be her real daddy. She kept asking who he was. The man got fed up with all this and abruptly stood up and pulled the girl away. He asked her if she was completely deaf and again told her to piss off. She's a wee lil looker. She wants to die. He continued, saying that he still didn't like the fact that his mana had flowed over to her and decided to just absorb it back now. He reached out to her. The girl stood there in shock. She couldn't move. What was that feeling? Like all the strength was leaving her body. She was about to pass out. She squirmed in pain. Tears appeared in her eyes. She begged her daddy to stop. But the man stood with a non-piercing face and continued to do what he was doing to the girl. But abruptly something happened. Leonora, who was already on the floor, looked up. There was blood on the floor. She didn't realize what had happened. The man turned to the girl. She looked up and saw that the man was holding a dagger in one hand and had wounded himself in the other. Leonora raised her crying eyes to him and turned to him. She asked that it was really him, it was really her papa. Gaspar looked at her with regret. You could see how hard it was for him, sweat running down his face, and he asked her to run away. He asked her to run away. He was already yelling at her to run away as soon as possible, whereupon he swung his blade in his hand again. The man wanted to plunge the dagger into himself, but his other hand prevented him from doing so. The girl looked at him anxiously and wondered if her father had not returned. What was he doing? The man kept trying to hurt himself with the dagger, but his second self kept resisting it. Leonora looked at him and realized that he had stabbed himself. Then she rushed over to him. She shouted that he didn't have to do it, so he would come to his senses. At this time, just as Gregory was walking down the hallway with the papers, he heard a noise and thought, wasn't that the voice of the young Duchess? So he headed in the direction the voices were coming from. As he rounded the corner, he didn't expect to see what he saw. He was shocked. He started asking the girl what she was doing. Henry kept yelling to her that it was dangerous and she should get away from the gentleman, and the girl grabbed the man's arm and tried to stop him from injuring herself with the dagger. She yelled to the young man that she couldn't let her daddy stab himself. Henry reacted quickly. He sprang towards them. With one hand, he snatched the girl, and with the other, he struck the man's arm and he dropped the blade. The blade fell to the floor. The man took hold of his head. He began to stagger, and eventually, exhausted, he collapsed to the floor. A young man and a girl turned on him. They were confused, not knowing what to do or how to react. Henry lowered the girl to the floor. He was very concerned, asking her if she was okay. Leonora said she was fine, but Daddy was hurt. She looked anxiously at her father's body, which was lying on the floor. After which she had already turned to the young man. She shouted for him to get a doctor now, for her father was bleeding. Henry looked at her attentively. Then he rose quickly to his feet and said that he would be right back. The girl looked after him and thought that he had a look of incomprehension on his face as to why, in such a situation, she was worried about her father. It looked like Daddy was going to commit suicide over losing Noel, or so she thought. If she couldn't sense Mana, she'd think that too. It wasn't just his personality that had changed. She sensed someone else's mana, and Daddy was a shadow knight. Leonora carefully crawled over to him on the floor and looked at him carefully. The girl thought some kind of psycho and started touching his face. Some crazy person was in Gaspar's body. Since she's in Leonora's body, you can't say it's impossible. She looked at him attentively. After the girl crawled even closer to him and hugged him, she hoped he would wake up soon. Immediately, rumors spread around the house. Everyone began to discuss. They heard, the head of the family is still not recovered. Who would have thought that the Duke would make such a radical decision? Who knows what could have happened without the presence of the Duchess? Nora walked down the corridor and watched the servants whispering, discussing that after the rumor spread that she was an illegitimate child, he had turned his back on the young mistresses, but to have such a kind child still living in the annex. Leonora was in her room. She was leafing through a book in which was written the novel in which she lived. She did not understand why the sheets were still blank. She wondered how things were now. The content of the book is written in real time, so there's nothing to be done about it. As long as Inez is a child, there won't be any changes in the book. The girl thought strange events keep happening. She should prepare for everything. Fine, Leonora has a lot of mana, so how about using that? It would be good to help her romance, as far as she can remember, up until the moment Inez meets the Archmage. And her study of magic is still a long way off. That's when they meet, then Leonora will be in danger. One must try to remember what she read in her past life. There was definitely magic in Leonora's body. She could use it. No, we need to make sure she can. She remembered the events that had happened. She must do so, because already those who targeted her mana had appeared, and in her memory arose the faces of the man who had been in her father's body and Inez. The next day the girl left her room. She needed to check on her father's condition. She went down the corridor. She heard a sound, but when she turned around, she didn't see anyone. She thought that her maid Lala was not in the main building. She looked around questioningly. Suddenly she heard a woman's voice behind her. Nora heard that the gentleman was in such a state because of Leonora. The girl was even frightened by the sudden appearance of Nora from behind. The woman was angry with her. How did the girl dare to hurt the Lord? While the woman was talking, Leonora thought that she had completely forgotten about the presence of this woman in the house. Nora abruptly grabbed the girl's hand and shook it hard. Leonora said she was hurt. Whereupon the woman took her other hand and began to shake it like a doll, while shouting at her that she dared not harm the master because she, too, felt all the pain the master was feeling. The girl was at a loss as to what was going on. She thought irritably, what is she feeling there, this woman? What else is Gaspar's spiritual twin? Leonora clenched her fists with irritation. She can't use her power like she used to because of that psycho trying to suck mana out of her yesterday. Nora stopped and said with some madness in her eyes, there was nothing to be done. A bad child must be punished, and she picked up her cane. The girl at first looked with her in surprise, after which she could hardly contain her laughter, covering her mouth with her hand. After the childhood she had in her past life, she wants to scare her with the cane. The woman was angry that the girl was laughing with her. She was about to pounce on her as someone's hand stopped her. Nora turned around angrily. She wanted to know who dared to yank her shoulder. Gaspar was standing in front of her. He was wondering what the woman was doing. The woman realized it was the master. She immediately changed in her face. Nora was happy, and a blush flooded her cheeks. He was finally awake. He also put his hand on her shoulder. Gaspar looked at her sternly and coldly told her to answer his question. Nora smiled with a look as if she was about to be praised. She said that Nora just wanted to give the young lady a lesson in good manners. The man pointed his hand at her. So she wanted to teach the girl a lesson in manners. He was releasing his aura. Leonora was shocked. She didn't expect that the one inside her father's body would use his aura on an ordinary person. Nora was starting to get nervous. She asked her master what on earth he was doing while his aura enveloped her body. The man expressed no emotion. He continued to use his aura on her. He told her that she was trying to teach a child something that she herself would not learn at her age. The woman was already very frightened. She asked the Lord to stop, but his aura was already restraining her body tightly, whereupon the man snapped his fingers and the girl disappeared. Leonora was shocked at what was happening. How come Nora had disappeared? What the hell is he even doing? The girl looked at him sternly, even a little scared. Clearly nervous, she asked why he had come. The man replied that he had come to see his daughter, should there be a reason for that. But he looked at her coldly, crossing his arms on his chest. Leonora was determined that he needed a reason, and she had already said several times that he was not her father. She demanded that he tell her who he was. In an instant, it was as if everything went dark. The man looked at her sternly. This time, he hid exactly his mana as she realized he wasn't her father. Leonora thought that as much as you want to hide it, it's the aura around him that gives it away. Anyone would know. She pointed to the spot where the maid had been not too long ago. She said Dad doesn't treat people that way. The man asked with interest what was even with the servant that was harming his children. The girl nodded affirmatively and said that instead he would give her the punishment she deserved. The man said that was very foolish and naive. Leonora thought she agreed, and crossing her arms over her chest, she nodded approvingly. Then, as if she had come to her senses, she asked with horror that he had come to kill again, and whether he thought she would not resist him as last time. The man looked at her closely and asked what she was even talking about. The girl defiantly said that he sucked the mana out of her yesterday, thus trying to kill her. In this world, mana is equal to life. The man sighed and said he wasn't going to take everything by killing her. What's the point of killing her? She's a small child. What will he look like in other people's eyes? Leonora, with a non-outraged expression, suggested that as a thief for stealing her daddy's body, or a bad person for stealing her daddy's body. The man did not comment on this in any way. She kept suggesting that maybe he would have looked like a flashy bastard for stealing her daddy's body from her. This was beginning to irritate the man already, and in horror, he thought that maybe he should kill her after all. That nasty girl. The girl looked at him and was frightened. She didn't know that Daddy's face could make such a scary expression. The man said she could be calm. He thought he could use her some more. The girl didn't understand what she could be of use to him. The man began to explain. He has been in this body for 3 years now, although he can only keep it under control for a short time. But in addition to noticing his presence in it, unlike her brothers, she was also able to distinguish him from the Duke even though he hid his presence. He began to slowly approach the girl. He continued, aside from all that, her little body contained quite a bit of his mana. The man looked down at her, but she'd withstand his gaze. Leonora looked at him defiantly. What did she mean by his mana? He can fuck off if he's going to talk nonsense about her being his child. The man said thoughtfully he hadn't figured out the reasons yet, but he was sure she had his mana in her soul. The girl conceived the body belongs to the Duke and his wife, so the mother did not betray the father, so Leonora, not an illegitimate child. The girl was just happy knowing that all these rumors were false. Still, Leonora decided to find out who this man was and why he was in her daddy's body. The man decided that he would tell the girl who he was after all. He admitted that he wasn't here because he wanted to be. His name is Lucas Willinen, which is his real name. The girl thought about it. She had heard that name often, Willinen. Then it struck Leonore. Could he really be Emperor Gregor's half-brother? The man continued. He clenched his hands into fists with anger. He was the one who was officially supposed to take the throne. However, the day before he had ascended to the throne, he had been ambushed. The cursed Gregor had cowardly put a curse on him. When he opened his eyes, he was already trapped in this body regardless of his will. Leonora wondered if killing all her brothers and ascending to the throne was like a classic course in learning how to become a tyrant. Then she wondered where her papa was now. Lucas calmly replies that he's inside him. Lucas can't stay in this body for long, so he needs to get his body back. The girl exhaled then a sigh of relief. Thank God her daddy is okay. She already thought he would never come back. Suddenly she realized she feels better now that she knows her daddy is safe. But what to do about Lucas? The mere thought of the Emperor makes him furious. If you try hard enough, maybe he'll be useful. She walked up to a man and started tugging on his pant leg to get his attention. He asked what she wanted. Leonora, then, suggested that he get rid of the Emperor with her. Lucas smiled contentedly at her, nevertheless inquired what she meant. Emperor Gregor is a tyrant right now. One day he will be the father of the main character Ines and will destroy Duke Hachania's family. The girl decided that the enemy of her enemy is her friend. Leonora reminded him, earlier he had said himself, that she could be useful, and as he had probably already noticed, she was an unusual child. She declared that she knew something that was unknown to him. Leonora winked playfully at him and said, above all things, unite with her, he had nothing to lose. The man thought about it. It was a win-win proposition. As a duke from the Emperor's France, he is the former crown prince. He couldn't let anyone know of his existence. It would only restrict his movements, but also no time at all to find a way to lift the curse due to the duke's duties. After finishing his reflection, he agreed. Leonora had not expected this. She didn't believe he was telling her the truth. She thought it was somehow too easy, or he just decided to agree because she's a child. She thought, you can't just agree so easily. You have to cement it with something. She then held out her hand to him, pinky finger out in front of her, and asked him to promise her. He took her little finger with his and said he would promise. Thus they sealed their agreement. Leonora said that the contract was valid until he returned to his body and Hachaniah became independent of heart, and she asked how he liked such an offer. The girl liked this contract very much, but the man stopped her abruptly. He, with a kind of irritation, began to say, about what independence of the Duchy of Hachania we are talking about. She even now realizes that she says it in front of the Emperor. What independence can even talk about? The girl said that she understood everything perfectly well, and in any case, it was too late to refuse. Lucas did not understand what she meant, why it was already too late. Then a sharp light appeared, and on the floor formed the semblance of some kind of seal. He could not believe that it was a magician's contract. He asked with annoyance how she knew about black magic. Leonora smiled slyly and said that she told him that she was no ordinary child. The magician's contract is the most commonly used magic in the original. What did he think she would make an alliance with no guarantees? Now, if he gives her up, all his mana goes to her. And Leonora happily ran away from him, while the man stood bewildered and stared after her. But the next day, at the regular meeting, they sat in the study at the table. The girl looked sullenly at the man. It was still Lucas. She thought to herself, he had said he couldn't stay in his daddy's body for long, so why was he still in his body? She burned through his gaze as the man sat at his desk and studied the paperwork. One day, remembering her previous life, the protagonist suddenly asked Gaspar a question. The girl stood wrinkling her dress with her hands. She turned to her father. He looked at her questioningly, after which she asked if he loved Leah. The man leaned toward her. He was silent for a moment. Then he took her little hands in his and said that naturally he loved her. Gaspar smiled affectionately at her, looked at her lovingly, and added that he loved her more than he loved anyone in this world. The girl stood looking at him intently. She had never tried to be the smartest child or to be outstanding at anything. Like you don't have to try to be loved. It was an ordinary day. There was a regular Hachanaya meeting. The nobles were gathered around a big, long table, with Gaspar sitting at the head and Leonora sitting on his left hand. One of the representatives addressed, he said that first of all, he wished to express his condolences to the duchy on account of the information from the oracle. However, there was no need for the head of the household to make a harsh decision. This was spoken by the administrator of the imperial palace, Ronald. The man continued. He stated that they intended to take the duchess to the palace. Lucas, who was still in Gaspar's body, looked at him coldly and said, "Let them do as they please." The girl instantly turned to him. She smiled happily at him and held out her hand to him with outstretched little finger, thus reminding him of his promise. But mentally, she was very annoyed and ordered that she should do everything normally. Remembering that they had an agreement, the man immediately asked who dared to make such a decision and stated that he had no intention of sending the girl to the imperial palace. Such a decision surprised Henry, and he glimpsed a glance at his master. Ronald took the floor again. He begged the man's pardon, but stated that according to the oracle, the princess was the daughter of His Highness Lucas, who was missing. But as the truth could not be revealed without her father, it would be advisable that she should remain in the imperial palace until the whereabouts of His Highness could be ascertained. The man continued, but said that in addition, rumors have reached them that His Excellency the Duke is not at ease with the young Duchess. In other words, the Duke wants to say that Gaspar does not believe that the young Duchess has the blood of the imperial family flowing in her. The girl sat at the table. She was embarrassed. It turns out they came, already knowing everything. But Lucas said that it was all rumors, and he and his daughter have a good relationship. Ronald was surprised. He did not expect such an answer. He began to say that since the oracle appeared, there were rumors that the relationship you have with the young Duchess... But he did not have time to speak because the Duke interrupted him sharply with a blow on the table. He was annoyed by this behavior of the man. He looked at him angrily and once again repeated what he had already said. They have a good relationship. Ronald immediately turned pale and blanched. He wanted to say something but couldn't find the words. He thought, then why did he evict her to the annex? So why was he so stubborn? But he didn't dare to say it out loud. Lucas looked at Leonora carefully. The girl pointed her finger questioningly at herself. She wondered why he was looking at her like that. The man started beckoning her with his finger to come over to him. Then the girl realized he wanted her to play along for good measure. She got up from her seat and walked toward him, asking what her daddy wanted her to do. The girl walked up to him, raised her head, and with a happy, beaming smile, asked if Daddy had called Leah. At this moment, she tried to seem like the sweetest and happiest child. Lucas gave her an emotionless look and coldly said that, yes, he had called her. The girl was flabbergasted at him. He had told her to come over, and now he was acting like this. In her opinion, it was too obvious a lie. Leonora decided that there was nothing to be done. She would have to do everything herself. Then, with the same happy and joyful smile, she raised her hands to him, turned to him, and asked him to bear Leah. She decided that she would be a cutie. The man reached up and took her by the scruff of the neck with one hand. The girl was annoyed. She thought he was crazy. After all, she had asked for a hug, not to be picked up like a thing. But Leonora got out of this situation as well. She started laughing merrily and saying how much fun she was having, that it was so cool. She started reaching for it with her hands. But she was a pro at this kind of thing. She wouldn't be embarrassed. The girl reached for the man, put her arms around him, and kissed him on the cheek. Lucas hadn't expected her to do that. For the man, such a lunge in her direction was a complete shock. He put his hand on the table. He leaned on it with such force that the table could not withstand it and cracked. Leonora watched this in shock. He's crazy. Why would he break the table? He's not going to hide his temper at all. She asked him to calm down. The table cracked and fell to pieces. Everyone present jumped up from their seats. They were disconcerted by what was happening and looked at him questioningly. Only Henry stood without expressing emotion and remained silent. The young man sighed heavily and then turned to everyone. He said with a touching look that His Excellency the Duke was so reluctant to part with the young Duchess. Leonora thought that this was loyalty and mentally praised Henry. After Henry pointed at the man with the girl and asked if they weren't such a cute couple. At this time, Lucas was still in complete shock, not even moving, and he was holding Leonora in his arms, who looked at Henry with a satisfied smile. She thought that today would be the day to get through this safely. A little while later, the meeting was over, and the guests were on their way out. Henry stood at the exit, bowed to see them off, and told them that they would contact them later by sending word and wish them a good journey. Ronald turned around one last time and looked questioningly at the man with the girl. Ronald gloomed and stated that it would see them again soon, and then he hoped to hear a different answer from the man. Lucas only stood silent in response, his face expressing nothing, while Leonora held him by the pant leg and waved goodbye to the guests with a smile. The girl breathed a sigh of relief. She thought it had ended well. She looked at the man. She stated that, judging from the fact that the guests had left so hastily, it looked like they were very frightened of him. But the man continued to remain silent and standing without expressing any emotion. Leonora wondered why he ignored her. Did he stiffen so much because she gave him a little peck on the cheek? The girl was starting to get quite annoyed by now. She was demanding that he come to his senses already, and she didn't do it at all either because she wanted to. The man looked at her and addressed her by name. His eyes read a kind of sadness. The girl was dumbfounded. What did she just say? Did he just call her Leia? She heard it right. Since he called her that, then it wasn't Lucas now. She couldn't believe it. She ran to him screaming Daddy and happily ducked into his arms. She looked at him hopefully. She asked him if it was really him, if it was really her daddy. Gaspar pulled her tighter against him. He asked for her forgiveness because he took so long to come to her senses. She had had such a hard time. The man continued to hug his daughter. He didn't understand how this was even possible. How it happened that Lucas Willinen was in his body. Gaspar kept talking, so the missing crown prince is not dead. The girl thought anxiously, wondering if she had found out that he had Lucas in his body. But she jerked herself away from that thought. It wasn't the most important thing right now. She looked anxiously at the man and asked him if he would send her to the imperial court because she wasn't Daddy's little girl. Ono thought that after Lucas's explanation, it seemed unfair. Gaspar stated that it was nonsense. No matter who said what, she was his daughter and he wouldn't send her anywhere. But the girl gushed that her daddy had sent her to the annex. But the man explained to her that he did it to protect her from the emperor. The girl was surprised by this. He went on to explain that unlike her brothers, she had not yet learned to defend herself on her own, so he figured she could hide in a separate building. The girl was shocked. Wasn't that the whole reason, and what she had suffered so much for then? Gaspar set Leonore down on the floor. He reached into the inner pocket of his jacket and took out an envelope. The man asked her to look at it. He handed her the envelope and told her that it was a letter from the temple. It said who was the illegitimate child of the imperial family. The girl looked at the envelope held out to her with surprise and confusion. But suddenly, Gaspar started tearing the envelope. He declared that he was not going to look at it. Leonora was shocked at his action. He knelt down in front of the girl and began to say that Zachary, Sylvester, Enoch, and Leia, they were all his precious children. The main character thought what she couldn't have in her past life, no matter how hard she tried her whole life, Leonora got too easily, simply for the reason that she wasn't born the man's daughter. The girl tearfully asked her father what if the palace continued to insist on their own. Gaspar confidently and defiantly declared that he would rebel against his majesty and die an honorable death. The girl thought in a panic that this was not the way to go because her daddy was like this. In the original novel, the family was exterminated. But the girl was relieved to think that anyway, Daddy was back, and now we should see if there were any changes in the original. The girl was already heading for the exit, telling the man she would go to the annex. Gaspar looked at her thoughtfully. The man called out to her. The girl turned and looked at him questioningly. He stated that she could, right now, go back to the main building. Leonora exclaimed in a panic that she could not. She realized that the book of the original novel was easier to hide there. The girl declared that she wanted to be at a distance from her daddy. Gaspar didn't understand what was going on. Then she declared that she wanted to be very, very far away. This left the man in complete shock. Mentally, she asked him to forgive her and that she would just wait anxiously until she found a way. Meanwhile, in the annex of the imperial palace, Ines was simply enraged. She threw the teddy bear on the floor with anger, for the Duke had said that he would not send Leonora to the imperial palace. But Inez wasn't surprised. She had already encountered this kind of thing several times in the past. After which she hesitated and smiled slyly. She decided, oh well, even for such actions of the Duke, she has a plan prepared. Leonora sat on the couch and read the book of the original novel. She was shocked by what she read, because Inez has a plan to send her to the imperial palace. But in the book, for some reason, did not write her plan, as always cut off at the most important. The girl put her hand on the page of the book. She thought that if she used mana, she could see the content further, but judging from the fact that there is no reaction to her actions, there is no further content yet. To be honest, she was afraid of seeing something more shocking. Inez had been reborn many times. Originally, there was no such thing, so why things had changed, the girl didn't know. Leonora sat pensively. She came to the conclusion that the biggest change was her. It most likely affected the world. The girl was approached by her maids, Lala and Lula. They were doting on their young mistress. She is looking at the blank pages of the book again, and isn't she bored with it? Lulu informed her that her brothers were now off the estate with the young Duke of Soloa. He was unknown to Leonora. Lala continued. She said that young Duke Tristan was going to join the Imperial Academy with the young Dukes of Hachania. After the maid said the name Tristan, the girl remembered that she was familiar with who it was after all. Tristan de Soyoa, Gullum, was the main male character of the novel. He was the leading figure in the downfall of the Hachania family, the one who was on good terms with Enoch and Sylvester. Leonora tensed up and thought that in the novel he turned out to be quite the bastard. Gaspar, who had lost his temper over his daughter's death, kidnapped Inez without harming her in any way. Tristan at this time joined the emperor to ruthlessly exterminate Hachania's family. This affair is more brutal than it appears. The protagonist of the novel is a cunning vixen that tries to take away Leonora's mana, and the protagonist of the novel is a psychopath who destroys her family to vent his anger. As a result, Inez is the one who gets the cure and survives. Also, Zachary for getting her the elixir, then from Hachania's family, shouldn't that have been discounted for not destroying the family? If you think about it that way, everything is going against Leonora. The girl sat frowning, looking thoughtfully at the closed book that lay in her lap. The girl twisted her feet thoughtfully. She wondered if Lucas could prevent the destruction of her family. Until now, the girl couldn't figure out how to get the elixir. She couldn't ask the first brother she had never seen before. Leonora called out to the servant girl named Lala. The one instantly appeared in front of her, addressing her questioningly. The girl informed her that she would be going to her father's house. She had a great idea. The girl and the maid were walking down the corridor towards Gaspar's study. Leonora thought that the reason why Zachary, and not the protagonist Tristan, finds the legendary elixir of panache was simple. It is because Tristan, the leader of the greatest knights of the Choclan Empire, was absent due to the civil war in the Duchy of Saloa. Zachary was the leader of the Halen military group, which was as powerful as Tristan's knights. What is important here is not Zachary, but the knight commander of Halen who will replace Tristan. What if someone else becomes the knight commander instead of Zachary, who is in love with Inez? And if that person will be someone who likes Leonora? The girl smiled evilly. Now the elixir would be hers. She began to laugh evilly at her devious plan. Layla looked at her in horror, noting then mistress laughing evilly again. At the entrance to Gaspar's office, the girl was met by Henry, who greeted her and bowed in respect. Leonora greeted him too and inquired if her papa was in the study. The young man opened the door in front of her and informed her that her father had gone out for a while, but she could come in and wait inside if she wanted. Leonora walked into Gaspar's office and began to look around at everything. Suddenly she noticed something. On the wall in the study hung a huge portrait of her mother Noelle. The girl walked closer to the painting and touched it. She noticed that the painting was faded and could use some tidying up. She remarked sadly that if Noelle were alive, all this would not be happening. Leonora wondered, the fact that the pirates of Saint-Tropez had killed Empress Inez. Even if the pirates of Saint-Tropez had killed Empress Inez out of revenge against the emperor, did they have a reason to harm Noelle as well? The girl continued to think, wasn't it more profitable to keep her captive, perhaps Noelle? But she didn't have time to finish her thought. Someone took her by the shoulder. The girl was startled. Then she looked up and saw her father. Gaspar asked his daughter what she was thinking about. He suggested that she was bored without her brothers, but the girl said that was not quite true. The girl decided that she would have to find out about her mom later, but for now she should focus on what she could do. The girl clutched her dress awkwardly and told her father that she had come to ask him something. He asked her what she wanted to ask him. She said defiantly that she wanted to learn to wield a sword like her brother Enoch. Gaspar looked at her without emotion. The girl thought that if she wanted to make Enoch a knight commander, she should familiarize herself with his method of training, but why did her father have such an expression on his face? After which, the man's face changed dramatically. The man started to grumble that Enoch is a chalky parasite. It seems like he was bragging to his sister again. Leonora didn't realize how the conversation had turned this way. Gaspar remembered how Enoch had said last year that he would show her his power and ended up almost hurting her when he used the power. The girl thought about it, remembering that incident. Hell, she had completely forgotten about it, the incident where she almost lost all of her hair. The man continued to be angry. He had warned him that the power was not for show, and he needed to talk to Enoch immediately. The boy was in for a serious talk. Leonora brandished her hands, tried to stop him, and tell him she didn't mean it. He started to walk away and didn't listen to her anymore. She decided there was nothing more she could do and started yelling for her dad to look over here. She wasn't going to show it so suddenly, but there was no way out. The man stopped and looked at her questioningly. Leonora started to get all tense and put her arms out. She wanted to release her aura, but she was having no luck. She didn't understand why nothing was happening. Gaspar was taken aback. He quickly ran over to the girl and took her in his arms. He thought she urgently needed to go to the bathroom. The girl tried to deny it, but he assured her that there was nothing to be embarrassed about. Everyone goes to the toilet. The girl was annoyed that he didn't understand her, but suddenly she managed to release a bit of aura from her hand. She was glad that she had finally succeeded. She shouted happily for him to watch, and she palmed her aura and showed him her aura, telling him that she had the same color magic as Enoch. Gaspar looked at her in surprise. Leonora was not born with the ability of soul knights, but the weak mana of the protagonist was somewhat similar to their mana, so she tried it. She hoped she could fool Gaspar. Meanwhile, the man lowered his daughter back to the floor. He looked at her calmly, then turned to her. The girl was shaking with excitement, wondering if she had been caught. Then Gaspar declared that she had the power of summer. She breathed a sigh of relief and mentally thanked him for believing her. So she managed to safely convince her father, and as planned, she was allowed to observe Enoch's training. She made her way to the academy where her brothers were studying. Enoch called out for someone to follow him, whereupon he introduced his younger sister Leonora to the boy. The one interrogated, and Enoch began to say admiringly that she was a cutie. The girl stood and smiled sweetly at the boys and thought to herself, "Oh shit, she didn't know they were training together," and looked angrily at the boy. While Enoch was admiring his sister, the other boy said there was nothing wrong with her. He fixed his hair and asked if all children didn't look like that. It was the same Tristan de Soloagulam, the chief male character of the original. Enoch embraced the girl and looked resentfully at Tristan and said indignantly that he had no eyes, since he could not see that his sister looked different from all children. He squeezed his sister even tighter in his arms and said that their Laia was 100 times cuter than any other child. Leonora was annoyed. She had no room to breathe. Tristan spread his hands. He wouldn't argue with Enoch. Afterward, he would ask what his little sister was doing in training. The boy held his sister in his arms, turned her to face Tristan, and proudly announced that their Leia had the strength of a summer night. The girl smiled contentedly at him. The boy was a little surprised by this. Tristan looked at the girl carefully. He said that it was rare to think 2 summer nights appeared in one generation of Hachieri. Lenora looked at him questioningly. And Enoch continued to brag about his sister. Isn't it amazing? Their Leia might even become part of the Night Corps. Tristan grinned. He smugly said it was funny, after all, she was a girl. The girl was angered beyond belief. She thought he was rude, but it was not only her who was angry. Enoch angrily asked Tristan, he that now dared to neglect his little sister. Enoch jumped up to him and grabbed him by the collar. Tristan defiantly said that if he had, he would not let him go now. Enoch called the man a jerk. A man appeared near them. He turned to Enoch. There was no sparring on the schedule today. It was Barristan, Enoch, and Tristan's sword teacher. The girl thought indignantly that Tristan was the first to go to the conflict, and her brother was being scolded. Tristan nudged Enoch with his elbow and addressed Beristan that at last he had come. The teacher pointed at the girl and said that since the little Duchess was here today, pay special attention to controlling her aura, and added that this especially swayed Enoch. Leonora did not understand what this special regard was for him. The girl took a seat. Now she would see how well trained he was. The boys drew their swords and began to let out an aura. It began to curl around the sword. The boys were serious. They looked into each other's eyes with challenge. The girl watched this with admiration. She realized that the aura of the Knights of Summer was different from Sylvester's. Looking at the boys and seeing it with her own gases, she could fully see what a difference in level they had. She bitterly saw that Enoch's aura flame was much smaller than Tristan's. Beristan said enough. He turned to Enoch, saying that he could stop using his aura, but the boy stated that he could do more. The teacher sighed tiredly and told him that he and Tristan were originally on different levels, and added that he shouldn't try to keep up and just listen to what the teacher was telling him. The boy clenched his sword in his hand, but listened to the teacher. Leonora saw how sad Enoch was. She thought that even though the forces were not equal, his position looked better. Meanwhile, Tristan continued to occupy further. He looked smug. The girl looked at Tristan with irritation and noticed that he didn't even have a drop of sweat on his face. She said out loud how annoying he was. The boy turned his attention to her. He instantly got angry and headed towards her. The girl thought he must have heard what she said. Tristan approached her. He grudgingly asked why she was staring at him like that. Leonrala didn't know what to say. She glanced behind Tristan's back at Enoch, mentally asking for his help. But the boy didn't hear her prayer. He kept his head down listening to what his teacher was telling him. Tristan continued to be angry. He tells him that he won't let her get away with it just because she is small. Leonora tried to make a silly and not guilty look like she didn't understand what he was saying, but that made him angrier as she thought she was laughing at him. The girl thought that this was a typical reaction of a protagonist with a broken personality who grew up in harsh conditions, being under all kinds of restrictions from his stepmother and stepbrother. Leonora had already started to say something, but he interrupted her, irritably asking her what she was mumbling about. Then the girl made an enthusiastic appearance, declared that she looked at him so because he was handsome. The boy was confused. He asked her again if she thought he was handsome. The girl said yes, special his eyes. Then she made a guilty look and said she was wrong and would not look like that again, and apologized to him. Tristan became smug again, and there was a slight blush on his cheeks. He told the girl that she didn't need to apologize like that. The girl could hardly contain her laughter, for he was now acting as if he would hit her if she did not apologize to him. The teacher was shouting at Enoch, telling him to stop, and he was saying it for his own good. Enoch wanted to say something, but Tristan wouldn't let him say a word. Leonora thought it was enough to torture her brother. Practice was over, and they were heading home. Enoch walked, carrying Leonora on his back. The girl thought that Enoch was already tired because of the training, but still carried her. After all, the feelings of care and concern for his little sister are strongly developed in him. A girl turned to her brother, and when he turned to her, she asked if he wanted to become stronger. The boy looked at her questioningly at first and then replied that he did not at all. Leonora was very surprised. She began to ask him why so. The boy, a little upset, said that because no matter how hard he tried, he could not become as strong as Tristan and his older brothers. Enoch continued with a satisfied smile that he was the third in the family. So he might not go to the Night Corps. He would just live his life to his heart's content. Leonora was indignant. She didn't understand what nonsense he was talking about now at all. The girl thought sadly that Enoch was such a fool. After all, if everything remains as it is, she has no idea what future awaits him. A few days later, Leonora peeked into the kitchen. She called out to the cook. She wanted to know if everything was ready. A man turned to her. He was holding a picnic basket. He assured her that of course everything was ready. It was a personal request from the young Duchess. He handed her the basket and asked, she had asked last time too, if he could find out what it was for. The girl replied that it was secret training. The man asked what the secret training was, to which the girl already answered in syllables that it was secret. Then the girl put her finger to her lips and told him that that's why you can't tell anyone about it, and asked him to keep quiet. The cook smiled and repeated the gesture after her, showing by it that he would not tell. and thought to herself that she must be carrying this food to some stray cat. Leonora was heading resolutely somewhere, a conclusion she came to after a few days of observation. As for Barristan, or whatever his name is, his attitude during training was unfair. The constant comparison to Tristan makes Enoch lose motivation. Another big stumbling block is Enoch's attitude itself. Leonora grinned contentedly. It seems it's time to show himself. If he doesn't have motivation, you just have to create it. That's what she's a pro at. Leonora reached a place, she thought. It's just about right around here. The girl started calling out for someone and asking them to come out while she was being kind. She called out for a grizzly. Enoch Hashanaya, in the original work, was born with a lazy temperament. Enoch appeared more often in episodes where he played with Leonora. She, too, liked Enoch to play with her. But now then, with the memories that have returned, things are different. The girl was dizzy with what was about to happen. The best way to change the future would be for Enoch to become stronger and get the elixir. But if things stay as they are, only death awaits her. However, she knows very well what makes a person stronger. Leonora stood and kept calling for the grizzly to come out. Suddenly some noise was heard from the bushes and a bear jumped out of there. He raised his paws and roared. The girl stood looking at him in surprise. Then she threw down the basket and hit him on the head with her fist. She looked at him and said sternly that she had warned him they would play after practice, and she warned him that if he did that again, she would get angry and punish him. A bear slightly larger than her sat in front of her, rubbing the spot where the girl had hit him. Some time ago, she had accidentally found a grizzly bear in the Duke Forest that had lost its mother. As a result of feeding and taming it daily, in hopes that it would help her in her long-term project to strengthen Enoch, Leonora began giving commands to the bear. First, she commanded it to roll left, and it grouped up and rolled to the left. Then she repeated the same command in the other direction. Having fulfilled all the commands the girl gave him, Leonora praised him. She said she was good, and since he had done well, she would give him this. It was fish marinated in honey. The bear was delighted with the treat and ate it with great pleasure. The girl looked at it from the side and did not realize if it was really that good. First of all, it is impossible to tame a grizzly strong enough and old enough to crush a stone with one hand. But it is possible if you are a tamer like Ines, who used manna to control animals. Leonora thought about it. She had used the recipe from the original that Ines would later reveal, but she had never even thought she could tame it so quickly. She rapturously thought that maybe she was a genius. Leonora was determined. The grizzly's training had been a success. Now it was Enoch's turn. It might be a bit cruel to Enoch, but it's really the way to go, so she asked for her brother's understanding. The girl starts beckoning the bear to follow her, and if he obeys well, she will give him a tasty treat. And the bear happily ran after her. Enoch sat in his room and tried to study. Suddenly he heard some sounds. He looked out of the window and saw a girl standing opposite his window and waving to him. The boy was very happy that Leah had come, but suddenly she fell down. He got worried and told her that she would come now. Let her wait a little. But suddenly he panicked. He saw something else. He saw an angry bear coming from the bushes towards her. He panicked and started screaming that it was a monster and calling his sister, who was still lying on the grass and didn't see him. Leonora lay on the grass and looked at the bear. Falling here was not in her plans, but anyway, the grizzly wagering according to our training. Enoch was running towards her. He was shouting to her and asking her to get up. He ran over to the girl and helped her up and put his arm around her, worriedly asking if she was okay. Suddenly there was a cracking sound of wood very near them. It was the bear who had stepped on a branch with his paw. Enoch jumped to his feet and grabbed a stick and began to let out an aura. He yelled at the bear to leave and how the monster even got here. The bear looked at him angrily and growled. The tribal aura instantly extinguished on the stick in Enoch's hands. He looked at the stick in surprise and then turned pale with fright. Leonora thought slyly to herself. Knowing this would happen, she gave the grizzly the aura of the water attribute as a shield. It was enough to unsettle Enoch. While the boy found himself in fear and at a loss as to what to do, Leonora behind his back with a whisper and a motion of her hand asked the bear to back off a bit. The grizzly got it all wrong. The bear growled and slowly stepped forward. The girl didn't expect this. She guessed the bear thought she was, on the contrary, asking him to step up. This wasn't according to plan. Meanwhile, Enoch was shouting to her to get up quickly. Leonora looked at her brother. He was all cowardly and had tears in his eyes. She realized that her brother was very frightened. The boy turned and turned to her. He told her not to be afraid, her little brother was near and everything would be all right. And then he hugged her tightly. Leonora was surprised at first and then relaxed and covered her eyes. She thought he was saying that, although in fact he was more afraid than anyone else here. The girl didn't know how to proceed. If Gursley came any closer, he would be as quiet as a dog. The plan would fail. Footsteps came from behind. It was Tristan. He began to tell Enoch that he couldn't even get rid of such a small monster, how pathetic he was, Enoch Hachania. Preparing his aura, he commanded the bear to go away. The girl was perplexed as to what the hell Tristan was doing here, so still putting so much aura into words like such a small child. At this time, Enoch called out to him. Then the girl shifted her gaze to the bear, who stood there, not realizing what was going on. She thought, however, Tristan's aura-filled words had no effect on the grizzly. Leonora began waving him toward the forest and whispering orders for him to leave and return to the woods. This time, the grizzly understood her correctly. The bear turned and wandered back into the forest, thinking of the treats that awaited him from the girl. Enoch looked in his wake and said how incredible Tristan was. Enoch turned to Tristine. This is how he already knows how to put aura into words. If it wasn't for him, the irreparable could have happened, and thanked him. Tristan stood and said indifferently, there wasn't even anything to thank him for. Nevertheless, Tristan stood looking at the girl and clearly expecting something. Leonora thought how funny he was. Actually, the grizzly had left on her orders. Then the girl thought she would give the jerk a brownie, made a cute and happy look, and started praising the boy, saying Tristan was so cool, and what he did was really cool. Tristan smiled smugly and said it was no big deal. Enoch stood gloomier than a cloud and said nothing. Tristan called out to him and told him that it was time for training, so they had to go quickly. But he was about to go when the girl took him by the hand. Leonora held Enoch's hand and then looked touchingly into his eyes and thanked him. He looked at her and asked what she was thanking him for. The girl replied, for saving her. Then the boy turned to her. Isn't it supposed to be like this? He is her little brother, after all. He should protect his only little sister. And looked at her with love. The girl said nothing, and Enoch stood up and stroked her head. Leonora stood frustrated and thought, no, this is not common, Enoch. She knows a world where such kindnesses do not exist. The next day, Enoch took up his training with renewed vigor. He decided that he needed to be even stronger. He needed to thicken his aura. He began to concentrate, and when he tried to strengthen his aura, he was thrown aside and the wooden sword flew in the other direction. It was obvious that the boy was heavy and tired. The floor was pouring down his face. But he stood up confidently and picked up the wooden sword. He must try again. But his teacher was not happy about this eagerness of the boy. He started yelling at Enoch. He asked what was wrong with him today and told him not to try to control his aura. He told him that with his skills it was impossible. But Enoch contradicted him. He rose to his feet confidently, looked at his mentor with determination, and stated firmly that he wanted to become stronger, as strong as Tristan. Leonora was watching him. She sat in the shadows, smiling contentedly, and thinking how proud she was of their youngest. Enoch seemed to be perking up after all. At this time, Enoch's mentor stood and looked at him in surprise. He couldn't believe what his student had just said. The girl, seeing the teacher's reaction, thought that whether the mentor had seen Enoch from the other side. But the mentor started to yell at him again to Enoch. Don't be mistaken, just because Tristan can do it doesn't mean he can too. Tristan was born with the most outstanding qualities in the history of summer nights. No, soul nights. That's why he is different from Enoch. Leonora sat with a smile and thought, what a bastard mentor. And the mentor kept yelling for Enoch to never practice anything else but what he tells him to. And if he abuses his aura, only accumulate physical fatigue. Leonora was outraged. He scolded Enoch even more for getting motivated. It's kind of strange. The more one trains, the more aura storage one has. There's no way a sword master doesn't know about it. The girl looked at him and thought it was all suspicious. Brother and sister were returning home from training. Enoch was holding Leonora's hand. The girl was all pensive. It looked like the mentor was deliberately hindering Enoch's growth, but she didn't know why or for what. Suddenly, Enoch noticed someone's figure in the forest. He looked questioningly in that direction. It was their older brother, Sylvester. He must have gone out for a walk. The girl also looked in that direction. She made sure it was indeed Sylvester. She wondered where he was going. Leonora told Enoch to go ahead as he was tired, and she would go to see Sylvester. The girl went in the direction her elder brother had gone and found him near a large tree. The boy was sitting with his arms around his legs. Sylvester sat crying. Suddenly, a girl appeared near him. She looked at him in surprise, wondering if he was crying. Sylvester did not expect to see her. The boy hastily began to wipe his eyes and say that he was not crying, but the girl declared that he was lying, for she had seen him crying. The boy frowned and looked at her longingly. Leonora pulled herself away. She didn't want to say it with that tone, but she had certainly seen her brother crying. Leonora moved closer to the boy and put her arms around him. She asked him with alarm in her gasses what had happened. Let him tell her. Sylvester took her hand and began to say that ever since she had scarcely begun to speak, he had heard how she had cared for him and Enoch. And if you look at this side of her, you may say that she has gone to her father by her kindness. She is surely his favorite daughter. Then with sadness in his eyes that unlike him, and he is more likely an illegitimate child, though he realizes that he failed to come forward and protect her when that misunderstanding came up, he is a cowardly man who can't even be called an older brother, Leah. He looked at her and apologized. Leonora started to comfort him, saying that they are all Daddy's children. That's what Daddy himself said. The girl thought it was because she had been spending too much time on Enoch lately. She couldn't even think that Sylvester had thought of such a thing. The boy started to say that his father said that because he was a great man. The girl began to convince him because he was a copy of his father. To which Sylvester replied that appearance doesn't matter. Isn't the father always cold to him when he made a mistake? He showed coldness because he is not his son, like when he hurt her. The girl was taken aback, it turns out. The boy still thinks about it. The girl lowered her head and clenched her fists. She focused on training to prepare for the future. She can't let Sylvester keep digging a tunnel in her soul over this misunderstanding. The boy looked at her intently and remained silent. Then the girl looked resolutely at the boy and declared that Daddy could be angry and wrong too, and told him to follow her. She would solve this right now on a level that was perfect for children. They arrived at the office in the main building. To the girl's relief, Gaspar was in place. Sylvester looked at her and leaned closer to the girl. She whispered to him that from now on, for him to watch carefully what she would do. 707, 707. Leonora saw Gaspar's favorite chianya on the shelf. She made her way towards it. A moment later, Gaspar heard the sound of breaking glass. He jumped up from his seat and turned to the girl in panic. He took the girl in his arms and carefully asked if she was all right. She scared him a lot. The girl pouted at her failure. This was not enough to switch him. Gaspar questioned her if she had hurt herself anywhere. The girl mentally asked her daddy for forgiveness in advance. She had a plan, and Leonora struck Gaspar in the face with her fist. Sylvester was shocked by her action. After that, the girl started doing whatever she wanted. Near the door to the office stood Henry. He turned at the noise that came and looked at the door in bewilderment. Gaspar turned to the girl. He wanted to know what it all meant. But his answer was a pillow that flew right into his face. Sylvester was already just pale with horror. He did not know what his sister was doing. Gaspar was already insanely angry with the girl. He was already darker than a cloud. The man addressed Leonora by her full name. Leonora was just in the process of breaking a glass bottle, but the way Gaspar addressed her made her instantly stop. She was surprised. He had never once called her by her full name before. Her father pointed at the mess she had made and asked her what the hell she was doing. The girl was confused, and Sylvester stood perplexed. Leonora ran up to the boy in a panic, saying she was scared. Sylvester still didn't understand what was happening. When Sylvester leaned toward her, she said in a whisper that she could see that Papa could be angry too. He was a simple man like them. Then the boy realized why his sister had done it. He stood up and covered the girl and turned to Gaspar. He said that this chaos Leonora had made because of him and asked not to swear at her. The man did not understand. He asked what Sylvester was talking about. The boy embraced his sister and shamefully took his eyes away from his father. He began to say what was really going on. They sat at a table and drank tea and sweets. Gaspar listened to everything Sylvester had told him and wondered if the boy was still worried about using his aura on Leah back then. The boy sat with his head down guiltily. Gaspar turned to his son and calmly began to tell him that it was a perfectly natural thing to make mistakes and clumsily control his emotions. Besides, he wasn't as perfect as Sylvester thought. Then he said that isn't Sylvester still a child? It is normal to make mistakes and reflect on them. These words surprised both Sylvester and Leonora. The girl froze with the cookie in her hands. The girl became sad for a moment. She had already forgotten. She began to remember how she had been treated in her past life. A picture from her past life surfaced in her memories of her father beating her and yelling that she was useless. He fed her so much and gave her shelter, but she can't even do that much. When will she start paying for her existence? She had listened to similar things in a previous life at a much earlier age than Sylvester. The girl sat and ate a cookie. She thought it reminded her of many memories she wished she could forget. She looked at the man and thought that it would have been good if in a past life her father had been Gaspar, a father who would have comforted her. Leonora finished her cookies, thinking that the past could not be changed, but this serious conversation seemed to clear up Sylvester's misunderstanding. The boy was just thanking Gaspar for talking to him. Sylvester wanted to call Gaspar father, but corrected himself and called him head of the family. At this, the man became sullen. Leonora noticed this and turned to her brother and told him that she thought Papa was getting upset when he called him head of the family. Gaspar began to protest that this was not so, but the girl replied that she saw perfectly well how Papa just frowned his eyebrows. Silver raised a surprised look at his father. He wanted to know if it was really true. The man said, a little upset, "Doesn't that address seem a little cold?" And after all, he hadn't even gotten the title yet, and informed her that he could call him whatever he wanted. Sylvester was a little embarrassed, but pleased. Then he decided he would call him father. But the girl corrected him on Daddy. The boy asked again. Leonora replied that, for that matter, how about calling Daddy Papa? Gaspar tried to make a non-outrageous appearance, but he failed, saying that yes, there was no need to be so polite to him. Sylvester was embarrassed and blushed, then he would call him Pope. After what was said, there was silence. Gaspar turned away a little, trying to hide the slight blush on his cheeks, and said that this was better now. The boy, confused and embarrassed still more, and calling him Papa again, said he would let him go. Leonora covered her face with her hand and thought, and that's the end of it. What fools men are. Now there is only one cog missing in Duke Hachania's family. Enoch must be dealt with first, then the others must be brought in. Night came. Leonora was in her room. She held the original book in her hands and wondered when the next chapter would appear. There was no progress in the original, so there was no information. Fortunately, no one had come from the Imperial Palace since then, probably due to Lucas's firm refusal. She remembered how the man had firmly stated back then that he had no intention of letting the Duchess go to the palace. Leonora smiled wickedly. The more she thought about it, the more she was convinced that making Lucas her ally would be a good decision. The random manifestation of a settler in her father's body was dangerous, but she and Lucas would find a solution to this together. The girl looked around and decided that it was now a good idea to seriously focus on training Enoch. The girl thought that with the knowledge of the theories, Enoch's training would be severely limited. It would be good if she could get the man who had been Tristan's real mentor in the original. Leonora looked at the book, thinking about why there were no side stories in this book. There would be a lot of useful information in Tristan's side story. The girl suddenly noticed that something on the cover of the book had changed. She wondered if it had always been here. It was transparent still. She didn't think she had seen it before. Suddenly, a beam of light emerged from the book. The girl was surprised at what was happening. The beam of light was pointing somewhere. Leonora wondered, since the beam was pointing there, there must be something in that direction. She should go and check it out. The next day, the girl followed the beam, and she got to where the beam was pointing. The beam of light pointed her to Tristan. The boy stood with his arms crossed over his chest and wondered what she wanted. Leonora figured this little guy would give her some information. Then the girl made the cutest smile. She was glowing, and asked him to take a walk with her. The boy said that Enoch had already finished his training, but the girl replied that she had actually come to see Tristan. She thought that it seems that other people do not see this light. The Fry mentor walked by. He laughed and said that even in the eyes of the little Duchess, Enoch's skills seemed unremarkable. Leonora was annoyed. She glanced at the man and thought he had nothing else to do but speak ill of his little brother. Meanwhile, Tristan turned his back on her and told her to bugger off. He wasn't going to babysit a child. The girl said she was not a child and followed him. She wondered what she should do now. The damn book. Since it sent her here, let it tell her how to act already. Leonora tried to catch up with him. She asked him to wait, and at that moment she tripped and fell. The book she had in her hands flew out of her hands. Tristan stopped and looked at her questioningly. The boy picked up the book that had the original story in it and wondered what the book was. The girl started picking it up from the ground and smiled silently at the boy. She rather thought that only she could see the contents of the book, so he wouldn't see anything that way. Tristan started leafing through the book, not understanding why she was carrying around a book with nothing written in it. The girl looked at the book in surprise. She noticed that light was pouring out of the book. Is it really a reaction to the character written about inside touching her? Isn't it just her seeing this? Leonora was tense. She started to explain that it was a spelling book. She was going to do spelling. She then abruptly jumped up to the boy and asked him to return the book. After all, she needed to check what changes had been made to the book. Tristan looked at her angrily and demanded that she not look at him like that. It makes his mood go bad. He held out the book to her and told her not to make the mistake of thinking that everyone would love her just because she was a child. Leonora reached for the book, irritated, thinking that the boy should give her the book already soon. The girl hurriedly opened the book just as she thought she would. Information appeared in it. She hadn't read it yet, but it must be information about Tristan. Leonora hastily began to read what it said, and after reading it, she was puzzled. She didn't understand what it even was. Tristan's side story, Tristan thought as he looked at Leonora holding out both hands to him. She asked for the book back. Boy thought those big eyes droplets are so cute. Those chubby cheeks, he wants to squeeze them once. Tristan frowned as hard as he could to keep from revealing his true feelings. He held out the book to her and thought her fingers were so small and cute, he wished he could take her hand just once. Tristan stated that he is not like that no matter if you are a child or an adult. Being weak is just disgusting. Her brothers, their whole family disgusts him. Leonora read all of this and arrived just in shock at the calculated. Tristan asked her what was wrong with her expression, then added she thought Hachania and Saloa were on the same level just because both families are of the same title. Leonora asked him why she was expressing herself so rudely. The boy leaned toward her and asked if he was obligated to speak to her in a friendly manner. The girl said she didn't mean that. She thought to herself that she knew, of course, that in the original, the male character was a tsundere, but she did not think it was to that extent. Inside himself, Tristan thought the girl was so cute it made his heart ache. He envied Enoch for having such a cute little sister. But on the outside, he was cold and said that Enoch must be really pissed off that such an obsessive being clung to him every day. Leonora gave him a dejected look and continued reading. The book wrote why he didn't have such a nice sister, Tristan regretted. The girl continued reading Tristan's story. He was constantly told that Enoch's aura was stronger than his, so he would have to work 10 times harder. It was unacceptable to become a disgrace in the history of the Saloa family, which had produced outstanding people with the aura of summer nights, being pushed aside by Enoch, who was also born with the aura of a summer night, but did not belong to the Saloa family. Tristan tried to pull himself together again and again, remembering Baristan's reprimand. Leonora was lying on the bed and reading a book, so after all, Baristan discriminated against Enoch for a reason, and Enoch is not weak at all. Baristan was the main culprit for Tristan developing an obsession, the constant fear of losing, which pushed him to the point where he hindered Enoch's growing strength. Why the leader of the Summer Knights, and elder of the Duchy of Saloa, decided to go so far. Another test appeared. Leonora glanced over, and there it was, the suspicious swordsman Tristan had met. The book said that the gray-eyed swordsman said there was no need to waste precious energy trying to keep others under control. The boy who had lived his entire life with the obsession that being a summer knight should not allow anyone from another family to surpass him, accepted those words and deep in his heart set aside the swordsman's advice. Tristan looked at him pleadingly and asked the Lord Swordsman if he could tell him his name. But the swordsman replied that he begged his pardon, but he had no name to introduce himself to him. If he wished to become his apprentice, he must prove his potential at the country's foundation festival. The swordsman was about to leave, but before leaving, he said that he would then decide whether to take the young duke as his apprentice or not. And the girl realized it was definitely the same person, the one who had been Tristan's real teacher in the original story. It wouldn't be a bad thing if he became Enoch's teacher. Leonora thought about it. It looks like this man will appear at the annual festival where the swordsman competition is held. To prove his potential means winning the competition at the country's founding festival. The girl rather decided that then this potential just has to be shown by her brother. The next day, Lenora waited for Enoch from training. It had just ended, and Enoch came rushing over to her, wondering if she was bored while she waited for him. The girl replied that she was not. She smiled enchantingly at him and said quite contentedly that Enoch was so cool at the training she was not bored at all. The boy said frustratedly that he wasn't cool at all, and no matter how hard he tried, it wasn't getting any better. The girl looked at him sympathetically and thought that if he continued to take lessons only from Baristan, his self-esteem would fall below the plinth. It's understandable. If you hear words that undermine your self-esteem every day, even a genius will begin to doubt himself. Leonora was about to take his hand as a sign of support, but Enoch clenched his fist and said, "And yet, even if he lacks talent, he will continue to try." The girl stood and looked at him in surprise as he continued that last time, because of his failure to protect her, he had the determination to become better. He gave her a serious look and added that in order to protect her, he had to become stronger. Leonora turned to him. "Is that really what he wants?" The boy looked at her uncomprehendingly. The girl immediately became satisfied, and with a sly smile, she asked again if he really wanted to become stronger. The boy confidently said that he did. Then the girl suggested, what if she helped to make him stronger? Enoch did not see how she would help to make him stronger. Leonora decided to tell him what she really was. In a past life, she had been a great swordsman. Enoch assumed that she had dreamed it in a dream. She excitedly began to tell him that it was not a dream, that she had many apprentices, that she had fallen off a cliff and climbed back up with only one knife, and had also won, fighting alone against 18, and assured him that she was telling the truth. Not long ago, when she had fallen asleep for a long time, a memory from a past life came back into her body, and also then, when she was younger than Enoch, she had undergone harsher training than he could imagine. Memories appeared before the girl's eyes, and she decided it was best not to tell her about it. The boy did not express any emotion. He wanted to say something, but Leonora assumed that he wanted to say that she was talking nonsense. 800, 800. But suddenly Enoch glowed with admiration. He exclaimed how cool it was. It meant that Cislea was a great person, and his heart was about to jump out of his chest. The girl was still holding back her laughter. She thought that the third sibling was so naive, and how such a naive secondary character could become a villain. Enoch gave her a serious look and said firmly that he would give it a try, and asked her to make him her apprentice. The girl looked at him contentedly and said fine, since that's what he wanted. She thought that the little brother wanted it himself. Then it was worth going to the training without delay. Then she told him that first she should change the place. 30 minutes later, they were already at another place to practice. Enoch let go of the sword from his hands. He knelt down on his knees. He was breathing heavily, and sweat was running down his face. He was telling Leonora that he was tired and asked her to finish training for the day. But the girl stood with her hands clasped together on her chest and declared that he wasn't tired. Enoch looked up at her dumbfounded and said that he had said he was tired, and Sir Baristan had always said to train in moderation. But Leonora interrupted him and declared to him that there was no measure in training. The girl said irritably to Enoch to forget the words of Baristan or any other trash, for they spoke not the truth. The boy wanted to object, but she would not let him. Leonora began to blow her whistle and declared that since there was strength enough to argue, there was strength for another approach. If Enoch was an ordinary child, Ob wouldn't have gotten this far, but she knows that soul knights have many times more stamina than ordinary people. This is all for the sake of their family. Thus passed a day, a week, a month. Enoch knelt and peered behind the bushes. He was looking for Leonora. He wondered where she had hidden herself. Suddenly he heard some sounds. He turned around excitedly, thinking it was his sister. But it wasn't Leonora. It was a grizzly that waved its paws menacingly and growled, heading towards the boy. Enoch did not expect this. He was surprised. It was the same demonic beast that had attacked Leia. But then he smiled slyly, said that so he had come to teach Enoch a lesson. He began to attack the bear. He let out his aura and swung his sword, dealing blow after blow to the bear. The bear was thrown upwards by the force of Enoch's blow. At this time, Leonora watched him admiringly, hiding behind a tree. She wondered if Enoch had grown so mature. She could not believe that it was her brother. The girl joyfully ran out to him, clapping her hands and saying how cool Enoch was. Enoch turned to her. He wanted to know if she had seen him get rid of the grizzly. He was able to get rid of a demonic beast like Tristan. While Enoch rejoiced that he was able to like Tristan, the girl thought about the fact that surrounded by a shield of water attribute, the grizzly must be alive, and whether she should let him lose in a sense of accomplishment. After a while, Leonora turned to Enoch. She told him that he had had enough rest, and it was time to get back to training. The boy didn't understand what she was talking about. Wasn't the training over? He had gotten rid of the grizzly after all. Leonora stated that the real training starts from now on. Enoch was very upset by this. The girl thought that even at this moment the nasty Soloi have special training among themselves. The girl thought that it didn't matter anyway because she knew what Tristan was doing every minute out of the book. Leonora proudly announced that starting today, she was going to move on to serious mana training. She looked at Enoch and stated that their goal is to get first place in the swordsman competition. Enoch felt as if he had been electrocuted. He couldn't believe that his sister was serious right now. He pointed his finger at himself confusedly and asked his sister again that he was in the swordsmanship contest and that he had won first place, not Tristan, but he thought, was impossible. Leonora told him to shut up and added that the Hacharias family always aims for the best. According to a side story, the retired Knight of Winter was helping Barristan strengthen Tristan's aura. The most effective way to nurture a soul knight is to use a soul knight with the opposite attribute. Therefore, the person we need the most right now is the Winter Knight Sylvester. Leonora knocked on the door and opened it. Sylvester turned around on her with a book in his hands. The girl walked into the room and greeted him radiantly, turning on all her charm. He looked at her coldly and asked what she had come for. Leonora looked with all the sincerity in her eyes and said she needed his help. Sylvester said he didn't want it and turned back to the shelf of books. The girl was taken aback. After all, she hadn't even said what kind of help. She hastily asked why he didn't want it. The boy was silent, then Leonora looked at him anxiously and asked what was wrong. She thought something might have happened. He lowered his head doomedly and said that she only liked Enoch after all. The girl was in a state of shock. She thought he was a jerk. Leonora thought he was offended because she had only been playing with Enoch lately. While Sylvester stood offended, the girl began to assure that she liked Sylvester too. She spread her hands and said that this much she liked, and asked him to look at her. The girl made tearful eyes and asked Sylvester to help, hoping that this method would work. But the boy stood there and expressed no emotion. Leonora thought she should not have resorted to a method she had never used before. Now she was uncomfortable. Sylvester turned slightly away from her and asked her what she wanted help with. Let her tell first. The girl said she would tell. There was nothing hard there. Mentally, she cheered. She thought so. He doesn't show it as openly as Enoch, but still loves her too. Leonora resorted to her charm again. Smiling sweetly, she asked Sylvester if he could just play with her and Enoch. And so a month had passed since Sylvester and Enoch began their aura, strengthening training disguised as a game. Leonora woke up to someone telling him to get up sooner. She needed to get ready sooner. Not yet recovered from her sleep, the girl didn't understand what was being asked of her. Standing beside her were her maids Lala and Lulu. Lala was saying to Lulu, in whom their young lady had just woken up, that even now she looked very beautiful and sweet. She answered that she thought she was a little bit in them, because when you get love, you become like that person. Leonora, on the other hand, just sat and wondered why these two were so overexcited from the morning. They had better answer the question. Lala took the still sleepy girl in her arms. She said that she still couldn't wake up, but this year's chapter meeting was being held at Hachania Manor, so they needed to get up early and get ready. The girl instantly woke up from those words. What other chapter meeting? A regular meeting held by the heads and elders of the 5 noble families, including the Dukes of Saloa and Hachania. While the maids were preparing the girl, she was immersed in her thoughts. The meeting is usually held in the imperial palace. There, why here? Leonora thought that perhaps it had something to do with the rumor that she was an illegitimate child. She thought the rumors had diminished, thanks to Gaspar's repeated flat refusals. The girl knew they would betray them at any moment for their own gain. She wondered whether it was worthwhile to show herself a good girl in front of the elders. The fall of the Hachania family was due to the pressure of the emperor and checks from other families, but there was also an internal problem. In the original story, once Gaspar's rebellion was defeated, the related families had no choice but to turn their backs on him. To change the tragic fate of the Hachuria family from the original, so many things have to change. Leonora resented it. She's already busy raising her brothers, but she still has to think about this too. It's child abuse. Still, since she was determined to survive in this life and prevent the fall of the Hachania family, she should confidently hold her own in front of anyone. And while she was thinking about all this, she was already fully prepared to leave, which she informed the maids. They walked up to the right office. They were met there by Henry, who greeted her with a bow. Leonora greeted him as well. Then Enoch ran up to her. He said that little sister was so nice today, but the girl herself could not take her eyes off the boy. She said he was beautiful too. Enoch smugly declared that of course he was, handsome. He was her little brother after all, and he did not understand at all why he should dress up like that if he was always beautiful. 854, 854. Behind his back, the gentlemen were just standing, and they were discussing the fact that the young Countess Ardell would not be in today. One of them sadly replied that unfortunately the lady was not feeling well. It was an elder of the Ardell family. One of the men worriedly asked if she might be sick with something. The elder spread his hands and explained that since the young lady was born a mage with the water attribute, she is often more, while his interlocutor said that she was born with a precious talent that the 5 families lacked, and he hoped she would get better soon. The elder turned his attention to Leonora. Someone said that Hen had an important exam, so he and Leia would be alone today. Leonora stood looking questioningly at the man. The elder, looking into her eyes, grinned, responding to his interlocutor's retort that he too was hopeful, after which he added that still, wasn't it better than having a strong body and no talent at all? Leonora looked at him intently. She did not understand. He was saying it so loudly that she should hear it. The man's interlocutor was indignant. What nonsense is he talking in front of him? He is the elder of Hachania. The man smiled smugly and wondered what he had said wrong. He continued to smile and said that he had told the truth after all, just as suddenly he noticed something flying in his direction. The man fell to the floor and howled that he was hot. Everyone around him stared at him in shock. Elder Hachania was surprised that it was an aura of fire attribute. Leonora's maid suddenly shouted out. She looked at the girl, or rather the orb in her hand, with surprise. Henry, who was standing nearby, was also surprised. Leonora stood with the aura sphere in her hand. She was pleased with herself. She believed that Hachania would never be quietly lounging on the sidelines. It would be the family motto from now on. Everyone around was very surprised and started to whisper that the young Duchess knows how to use aura. At such a young age, she is a genius. And the angry and annoyed elder continued to sit on the floor. The man pointed his finger at her and started to loudly resent. What does it matter now? A direct descendant of Hachania brazenly attacked him, and he is the elder of Ardell. Leonora didn't realize if he was serious now, and he was a grown man. The girl made a guilty look and said that she just wanted to make friends with Uncle Elder. After all, everyone likes it when a lay shows magnesium, so she thought he would like it too. After which her face changed dramatically. She smiled smugly at him and said that if it hurt, she apologized. The elder was furious. He angrily began to yell at the girl that she thought it was an apology. The other elders flew up to the man and tried to calm him down. In their opinion, it was a sincere enough apology, and why he was so angry at a little childish joke. Let him be lenient with the child. The man asked irritably, "Ta, what was the matter with them?" Gaspar came out to the noise. He wondered what had happened. Gaspar was immediately approached by a man. He wondered if His Excellency knew that the young Duchess had the talent and aura of a summer night. It was the leader of the Assembly of Elders in Hachania Carden. The Duke answered in the affirmative, and then he continued, "Why didn't he warn the elders?" Gaspar said that who would have thought it would make such a fuss. Gaspar began to pass by Carden and coldly told him that Leonora was a descendant of the Hachania family. Sooner or later the power would have manifested itself, and he was reacting as if it were a surprise. Mujichna looked at the Duke questioningly. The man followed him, trying to say that because the young Duchess is an illegitimate child, but he was stopped by Henry. He looked at the elder and sternly asked Count Carden to watch his words, and then added that isn't the young lady's talent a great hope in the era of the loss of attribute magic. Leonora watched this closely. After all, it was true that not all direct descendants of the 5 great families were born with the talent of a soul knight. The Villainin Empire was once overflowing with mages and magical swordsmen comparable to the witch kingdom of Acrea, but as time passed, the lifeline of soul knights became weaker and weaker. The girl smiled slyly. Since this was how things turned out, should she fray their nerves some more? And the girl released an aura of ice attribute. Leonora said that she could still do that and showed the elders what she had done. Everyone around them started to marvel. It is, after all, an aura of ice attribute, that their mistress is a legendary soul master that is born once in a million years. They immediately realized that their young mistress was special. The girl listened to all these praise while she thought to herself that it was a lie that they were human, that they had turned their backs on her as soon as the rumors of her being an illegitimate child came out. If she continued, her trick of condensing mana and turning it into an aura would be revealed. The girl turned to her maid, Lala. The girl crouched down beside her and asked if the girl was tired. Leonora pressed her body against her and said that she was tired and wanted to sleep. Here the girl was approached by Carden. He asked if she could show again if she could control the attribute of water. The girl didn't say anything. She as herself calved to the maid and looked askew at him. She thought that that was enough for today. She had shown her abilities. From now on, she should select those who really cared about the fate of the Hachania family. The man kept insisting that the lady show again. Let them see their abilities once more. Gaspar turned his attention to him. Here the Duke said enough was enough, but the tone in which he said it horrified Carden. He turned to the man with fear in his eyes. The Duke looked at him coldly, and in the same tone said that his Leia wanted to sleep. The man jumped up to Gaspar and began to state that, does it matter now that the young mistress wants to sleep? The fate of the family depends on it. The Duke looked at him silently. Leonora looked at him irritably. He was serious now. How dare he be so rude to her papa? But Daddy won't do anything to him anyway. He's very kind. But the man's further actions shocked the girl. Card grabbed his throat. A dark aura began to envelop him. The Duke put his hand forward, directing his aura at the man. He asked him how dare the pig squeal here. Gaspar looked at him madly and wondered if he should blow his brains out since he didn't understand the situation. Then the girl realized this is Lucas now. Even she was confused at times, looking at his face. Leonora continued to be in the arms of the maid, who was watching it all with horror. Aura has its own unique characteristics, so it's difficult to handle unless it's his own aura, but Lucas is fluent in handling the shadow of Gaspar, the Shadow Knight. How could such a capable man fall into Gregor's trap? While Leonora thought about all of this, in the background, Henry asked His Excellency to calm down, to which he told him to shut up. Suddenly Leonora realized in horror that he was really going to kill him. She walked over to Lucas and addressed him. The man looked at her coldly. She turned on her charm, looked sadly into his eyes, and asked, "Forgive the Count." Carden looked at the girl with fear and entreaty. Leonora went on to say that he had done so thinking of the future of the duchy. In fact, Leonora didn't think that Lucas would have attacked Carden because of her. He probably did so simply because a man below me in status dared to disrespect her like that. She smiled nervously and asked him to calm down. If he made a mess of Gaspar's body now, she and he would get nowhere later. Lucas looked at her carefully and lowered his hand. Carden collapsed to his knees and breathed heavily. Lucas turned to everyone and announced that today's meeting was canceled and for everyone to get out of here. The girl was annoyed by the man's manners of speech. Leonora stood and glared angrily at Lucas. He stood with his arms crossed over his chest and coldly asked what she wanted. The girl began to be indignant. What is crazy, Daddy would never behave like that. 3 years perfectly pretended. And now his character shows what he will do if he is caught. Lucas thought for a moment and then said indifferently, if caught, so caught, he would just have to get his mana back then. Leonora was furious. She asked him what he was even talking about. Had he forgotten their pact already? She continued to be indignant that they need to find out who put him in Papa's body, and she will help with that, so he needs to take it easy. The man looked at her thoughtfully, then said that, come to think of it, a bit like that. The girl asked what he meant. Lucas replied that it was nothing, just wondering that when they were alone she didn't call him Dad. Leonora thought he had a temper like he hates all the children in the world. Why would he have this address that doesn't fit? So she turned on her charm, smiled at him, and called him Father. Lucas stood silently looking at her, his face expressing no emotion. She looked at him once more and called him Father. This time Lucas darkened. Leonora didn't realize what the expression was. It was his way of saying that he was pissed off and that he didn't want her to call him that. The girl smiled condescendingly at him, waved her hand, told him not to worry. She would not call him that again, so let him not be angry. And after saying goodbye, she turned around and left. As soon as the girl left, Lucas gloomed. He thought that she only considered the Duke as her father. In the evening in her room, Leonora lay on her bed. She had the original book in her hands. It had been a long and hard day today. She should check the original before going to bed. It was not her intention, but she put the great elder on the spot and showed everyone that one should not treat the Hachania family carelessly. Suddenly, the girl heard a noise outside the door. She did not know who was there at this hour, so she decided to pretend to be asleep. She closed her book and lay down. Someone came into the room. It was her maids Lulu and Lala. They were upset that the mistress was already asleep, but she must have been very tired today because of the elders. Lulu turned to Lala. She had heard that His Excellency was very angry with Count Carden, who had slighted the mistress. Lala stiffened. She, too, was greatly surprised when she heard, after all, he had always been an overly charitable man. Leonora lay in her bed, cuddled up with her toy, and pretended to sleep while she listened intently to what they were saying. Lala continued to tell Lulu that this was a big problem, though. She didn't understand what she meant. Lala said that they say that His Majesty was very angry because the Duke didn't allow the lady to be taken to the imperial palace, like he even said that he was going to confiscate the land and property he gave to the duchy. Leonora began to listen even more carefully, and the maids who had already crouched on the edge of the girl's bed continued to discuss. Lulu said indignantly that this was nonsense. It was all a gift from him in recognition of his contribution to the war. Lala answered her that they were probably going to manipulate the documents, that there was a mistake. Lulu continued to resent that even though he knows that the ship with the lady was wrecked and the Duke's fortune and position is not very good. Lala then said that means he is deliberately pressurizing in this way, knowing that the Duke's family is in financial difficulties right now. Leonora, who was lying in bed, was in mute shock. It turns out that they were not originally rich. The next day, Leonora went to Gaspar's office. She turned to him and asked him bluntly if the emperor was going to take away their money. The Duke uncertainly began to inquire where she had heard of it. The girl anxiously inquired what it was, for she was not given to the palace. The ships that sailed with Noel's ship were loaded with goods to trade with merchants run by Noel's father, the Marquis Ioran, so Hachania suffered a huge financial loss. Gaspar, who didn't want to cause financial harm to the Marquis, who had already lost his daughter, even reimbursed all the losses. Leonore stood distraught with her head down. Gaspar leaned over to her with a confused look, asking if she was all right. The girl thought that if the emperor also took the money away, then they would be ruined. Leonora turned to her father with a challenge. But Gaspar flatly refused, not even letting the girl say anything. The girl did not understand what he meant. He took her in his arms and told her not to even think about it. He would not send her to the palace to save her money and property. Leonora said she wasn't going to. She thought that, actually, she might have allowed the thought before, but she doesn't want to go to the palace, so what should she do? If she goes to the imperial palace, nothing will change. Hachania will also be destroyed, just without her. Leonora rather stated that she wanted to go play somewhere. Gaspar looked at her questioningly. She should try another way to protect the property. Ardell, the city of amusement and pleasure. The Count and Countess of Ardell are fifth-generation aristocrats, and like the Hachania family, rule the southern part of the Ardell Empire. They have a lot of money. But with the emergence of power, the Count's daughter fell ill. In the original work, it was Inez who cured her illness, thus gaining great wealth and a powerful ally. But Inez is now younger than Leonora, so she cannot yet leave the imperial palace. If instead of Inez, it is Leonora who cures the Count's daughter's illness, the Count will gladly help the Hachania family protect their property from the emperor. Leonora was sitting in the carriage. She was very happy with the idea that came to her mind. But her joy was hindered by one thing. She didn't understand what Tristan was doing here, which she asked directly to the boy who was sitting across from her in the carriage. A maid turned to her and said with a smile that the young duke had said he had business in Adele. Then Leonora inquired if Saloa did not have a carriage proper. The girl was not pleased with such company. Tristan replied businesslike that there were too many people in Saloa, so nothing could be done. But the girl saw right through him. The girl grew sad and said that soon Hachania would become poorer and they would no longer be able to give Tristan rides. The maid held a box of chocolates and tried to calm her down quickly, saying that Hachania would never become so poor she would definitely be able to eat goodies for the rest of her life as she does now. Tristan asked the girl if she was the one who was now talking about His Majesty demanding the return of his property. Leonora gave him a suspicious look. Turns out he's following the rumors. The girl said with sadness in her eyes that she would have liked money better than goodies, and began to eat the sweetmeat the maid gave her. Tristan looked at her. It seemed to him that even Leonora's breath was sweet. The boy smiled slyly, for he realized that the girl liked money. He was glad that he had a lot of money. The girl was approached by the maid. It looked like they had already arrived. Leonora stepped out of the carriage. She could not contain her delight at what she saw. She looked around. In front of her was a huge building. On one side was a river with a gondola, and on the other side were food stalls. Leonora was simply surrounded by luxury. She couldn't help but exclaim how it smelled, meaning it smells like money. Suddenly she saw a handkerchief held out. It was Tristan. With a slight blush on his cheeks, he held out his handkerchief to her. He heard her phrase and got it all wrong. He thought it looked like she wasn't used to the smell of the sea. He said it would be a little easier if she would cover her nose with the handkerchief. The girl accepted his handkerchief and thanked him. Leonora covered her face with the handkerchief and thought she was just inspired by the smell of money. At that moment, Enoch ran toward her and happily called out to her. The boy was glad that she had finally arrived. Suddenly his gaze fell on an object in the girl's hands. He asked what it was. The girl, looking at the object, says it is a handkerchief. And when Leonora, without any backward thought, said that it was Tristan who had given it to her, the boy was like an electric shock. Enoch grabbed the handkerchief and threw it on the ground. He said he had a handkerchief so she could throw this one away. The girl was puzzled. She asked the boy why he was throwing away a good handkerchief. The boy pulled his handkerchief out of the inside pocket of his jacket, sat down and handed the handkerchief to Leonora, and said that it was the duty of the elder brother to give the handkerchief to the younger sistra. Leonora was puzzled, but then it dawned on her. Now thinking about it, the handkerchief also had another meaning. In the original, Tristan gives Inez a handkerchief declaring his love and loyalty. The girl thought he is still young, so he didn't give it to her because he feels love for her, but it still felt good to her. She looked at her brother. He was angry at this act of Tristan's and was looking at him angrily. The girl asked him to calm down. He looked spitefully at Tristan and didn't resent what the hell the jerk was doing. Tristan was just turning his attention to the boy. Maybe it seemed to Leonora their sweet junior was so kind, but lately he had been showing his temper more and more. Maybe it was because of Leonora's hard training. At this time, Enoch picked up his sister and held her against him. He glared angrily at Tristan, who only expressed indifference. The day was drawing to a close. Leonora was already at the villa. The girl was immersed in her thoughts. She remembered the expression on Tristan's face. After arriving at Ardell, he seemed to be in a very bad mood. She paced around the room, thinking about all of this. As far as she had heard, Duke Saloa had also come here. Something was bothering her after all. The girl reached into her purse and pulled out the original book from there, which she had previously shrunk with magic. Now she would find out why Saloa had come to Ardell. And the girl began to read. The teacher stood over Tristan and he demanded that he get up quickly. The boy lay on the ground. He was exhausted. Hearing the teacher's voice, he reached for his sword. Even though he had swung the sword 1,000 times, and the boy's hands were covered in blood and calluses, Baristan didn't care about any of it. He continued to drive him on. Baristan was annoyed at Tristan's slowness. He kicked the boy in the side with his foot. The tutor kept yelling at him to stop pretending and to get up faster, and if he wasn't ashamed, the Duke was watching. There was a man watching from the side. It was Duke Saloa himself. He said enough was enough. It was so pathetic that there was no point in watching anymore. Tristan was amazed at his father's words. Duke went on to say that he heard that Zachary Hachania freely created the sword aura when he was Tristan's age. It seems he is going to embarrass the family with his incompetence. After which he turned around and walked away. Lastly, the Duke said that Tristan was a useless brat. The boy was just devastated. Leonora read this, and she could see at once who the protagonist was here. The girl closed the book. It was simply impossible not to traumatize the psyche in such an environment of vile people. Horrible upbringing and the society around it, right? That's it. A banal cliché that the main character has to go through. I'd like to think so and just turn away from the situation. But now it's not just the world inside the book. Just as she, part of a family of secondary characters, lives a real life, His ordeal expressed in a few lines is also a reality. At such a young age, going through terrible times. From all these thoughts, the girl sighed heavily. The girl gave her a stern look. She decided that Barristan was, after all, the person who should be eliminated, if only because of his attitude towards Enoch. Leonora thought to herself if she looked hard enough, she might find a reason to get rid of him. Since he's a cliched villain, obviously he must do some bad things. And the girl resolutely rushes off. And to fulfill her plans, how fortunate that they are now in Ardell, the city of pleasure. And so they are already in the gambling house of Ardell, the Gold Rush. They were greeted at the entrance by the manager of the Golden. He said affably that it had been a long time since Ser Barristan had visited them. The young man went on to say that since he hadn't been here in a while, he needed to catch up. He then noticed Tristan, who was standing next to a man. The manager asked who it was. Tristan stood there with his eyes down and didn't say anything. Barristan was clearly already drunk, he said, rather matter-of-factly, that this was a direct descendant of Duke Saloa, and it was time for this guy to know the place. The manager instantly agreed with him. Isn't this a gambling house that every aristocrat who visited Ardell should visit? The barista confirmed and told him to get the party ready sooner rather than later. Behind him was Leonora, who had covered herself with a veil, hiding behind a column. She thought Barristan was crazy. In 983, the girl was simply horrified by Barristan's act. How could he bring a child to a gambling house? Since it was a corny romance novel, she naturally expected the guy who bullied the main character to do something bad. But never would the girl have thought he would do such creepy things. She has an invisibility cloak she brought back from Hachania, but she needs to be careful because her opponent is a Soulmaster level person. And she followed Barristan and Tristan, who was already going inside. There was a dim light in the hall. On the table were many bottles of various alcoholic beverages. The manager asked Barristan if it was time to get down to business. The man agreed. The man began to tell what he had prepared this time, but he did not have time to finish. He was overtaken by a young man with long blonde hair, who turned to the man. But instantly a bottle broke near him, which the man threw at him. The young man was frightened and covered his face. Barristan stood and shouted at the man. They were talking about important things here. How dare he interrupt them? The young man hastily began to apologize. Leonora watched this with anger. She resented it. The man himself had earlier ordered alcohol to be brought in. She then turned her attention to the young man who was kneeling with his head bowed. This man, he is clearly in slave status here. But slavery is illegal in the Villena Empire. While the girl was going through her purse, Barristan chased the young man away and told him to keep his eyes away. Finally, Leonora pulled out what she was looking for. It was a round object. She thought it was a good thing she had brought a magical recording tool with her just in case. She pressed the button. At this time, Barristan was just getting back to business. He started to say that as Duke Saloa's representative, this time he was going to supply the aura stones, 39 pieces. The man took them out and threw them on the table. Leonora was shocked. She couldn't believe her eyes. After all, if one were to take out an aura stone. But quickly counting, the manager said that he could only see 35 pieces at the moment. At these words, Barristan chuckled contentedly. After that, he looked at Tristan and said that he had brought this kid here for a reason, and he would give the manager a chance to personally take out the 4 aura stones just now. The manager was aghast. Did Barristan really mean the Duke's aura? The man smiled, said that, of course, since this is an opportunity to extract pure aura, the price will be 10 times higher. The manager agreed, then covering his mouth with his hand, asked if it was okay to talk about it in front of the young Duke. To which Barristan answered him that he may not worry, the boy is already very stubborn, so he hypnotized him before bringing him here. The girl was shocked by everything she had heard. She looked at Tristan sadly. If one forcibly extracted the Soul Knight's aura, his life expectancy would be shortened after all. Aura stones that are made by extracting the aura from the human body can be used as magic tools. Since this brings in a lot of money, there is also an illegal sale. Leonora thought only unscrupulous scoundrels obsessed with money who don't care that it shortens someone's life do that, and here he was one of those. The girl looked at Barristan and the manager. The manager walked up to Tristan. He was holding some kind of bottle in his hands. He was happy. He never thought that the day would come when he would be able to extract the aura from a person from the family of 5 great aristocrats with his own hands. The young man continued to tell Barristan what an honor it was. The man drank wine from his glass and said with a satisfied look that because of this, he would be able to pay off all his gambling debts. The manager assured him that since it was a direct descendant of Saloa, he would give the price 20 times as much. The manager approached Tristan and with a predatory look said it was time to begin. He took out some kind of crystal and placed it on Tristan's forehead. Leonora looked at it and realized that he seemed to be extracting the aura now. She clutched the recording device in her hand. She wrote everything down. The girl sighed. Tristan, he is, after all, one of the ones who will lead her Hachania family to destruction. But still, he is still a child, so she must protect him. And Leonora swiftly headed towards the boy. The girl crawled under the bench the boy was sitting on. She decided that she would fill her teeth with mana and bite hard enough that it would hurt, and he would come out of his hypnosis. And the girl bit as hard as she could. Tristan instantly came to his senses and howled in pain. Neither Barristan nor the manager had obviously not expected this. The young man turned to the young duke confused. The boy began to look around. He did not understand where to be and what was going on here. The boy took the crystal off his forehead and wondered what else it was. Then already angrily looked at the manager and demandingly asked who he was and what he was going to do with it. The manager confusedly asked Barristan if he could hypnotize him again. The man rubbed his face tiredly and said that it was impossible, as he was not the one who had put the boy under hypnosis. Tristan anxiously asked the teacher what other hypnosis. Didn't he say it was meditation practice? Barristan sighed. He said the boy was stupid, hypnosis or meditation practice, all the same thing. The boy started flooding the teacher with questions. Isn't this aura stone for an aura extraction? And what is this Ocha aura stone in front of you? Barristan slapped his hand angrily on the table and said that Tristan suspected him of something. The man continued to say how could the boy suspect him? He is his mentor. Tristan groaned and looked at him confused. The man angrily began to resent him for telling him repeatedly that there should be a relationship of trust between mentor and apprentice. Distrusting others is his chronic problem. Leonora listened to him and was furious. She thought for him to be believed, he has to behave in a way to earn that trust. Anyone would be confused when persistently gaslighted. Tristan started to justify. He doesn't want to suspect him of anything, but this situation. But Barristan interrupted him, shouting that enough of that. The man looked at him angrily and asked if it's because he's so distrustful of people because his mommy left him. The boy felt as if he was numb. He clenched his fists. Leonora looked at him questioningly. In the original work, Tristan's mother was kicked out of the duchy, all because the Duke was tired of her and wanted to put another woman in the Duchess's place. Tristan, unaware of this, thought his mother had just abandoned him. It was a very long time before Inez found his mother and resolved the misunderstanding. Meanwhile, Barristan angrily continued that if he didn't want to be abandoned again, try to trust the people around him a little more. He couldn't even trust his mentor. The boy guiltily looked away and said okay, he would try. Leonora was angry. What a miserable bastard, traumatizing a child just to pay for his entertainment. She couldn't take it anymore. And the girl turned on the recording from her device. And from there, she heard everything Barista was saying. The fact that he'd brought this kid here with him for a reason, and that he'd give the chance to personally pull out the 4 aura stones right here, where he had the manager interjecting about Duke's aura. Barristan and the manager were in a panic. They didn't know where the sound was coming from, but the manager saw that it was there near the young Duke's foot. Tristan lowered his gaze and saw that there was some device lying near his feet, from which still came the voice of his teacher, where he said that thanks to it, he would be able to pay off all his gambling debts, and where the manager answered him that since it was a direct descendant of Saloa, he would give the price 20 times as much. Barristan was furious. He yelled at Tristan, how dare he, and that he was carrying the artifact around with him because he doubted him. Tristan picked up the object from the floor and said that it seems that extracting the aura from it and selling it for money was true. His aura, a direct descendant of Saloa. He looked grimly at Barristan and wondered what would happen if His Excellency found out about it. Barristan panicked. He began to hastily say that it was all for Tristan's good and he could explain everything. But Tristan headed for the exit. Near the door, he turned to the counselor and said he would listen to his explanation in court and close the doors behind him. Leonora, watching him leave, didn't have time to do anything. She panicked, thinking she should get out of here too. Barristan was furious. He was cursing the boy. The manager just spread his hands and said it was all his excessive greed. The man immediately started yelling at him to shut up, and it was all because of him, because he let him gamble. The young man laughed at him and joked that he would pay the entry fee for today's game, so he hoped he would feel better. After which the manager, already in a calm voice, told him that was the end of it and they would leave him. Then he turned to the slave girl, whose name was Celia, and ordered her to go. The girl said, "Yes, master," and headed after him. But suddenly the girl turned her attention to something. Celia looked carefully at the place where Leonora was just standing. The girl thought in a panic that she could see her. The manager turned to her. He asked what was wrong, why she froze. The girl said, "There is a foot here." The young man did not understand what she was saying. Celia smiled reproachfully, said, "Such a cute baby's foot." Leonora was in a panic. When had her foot managed to get out from under her robe? Why did she wear those bulky shoes today? She was definitely done for. Beristan wondered if this was what he was thinking. He walked over to where Celia was looking, grabbed the invisibility cloak with his hand, and ripped it off the girl. Leonora was uncovered, and she didn't know what to do now. She stood looking at the man confusedly. The girl tried to look like a naive and foolish child. She said hello and said Laya knew nothing, asked him not to hurt her, and in general she went. Beristan was standing there looking at her angrily. He was furious. The man started yelling at her. How did she know about this place? She couldn't have come here on her own, so she was sent here by her father, and in general she immediately aroused his suspicions since she started attending her brother's training. Leonora thought anxiously that things were getting more dangerous here, and he was making a scapegoat of her. Suddenly Celia intervened. She covered Leonora with herself. The girl asked Beristan to calm down. After all, it's just a child who doesn't understand anything. A man hit Celia, and she flew off to the side. He started yelling at her to get out of his way. How dare she barge in and get in his way? She's just a damn slave. Leonora approached the girl. She anxiously asked if she was all right. Celia put her arm around the girl slightly. From the side, Beristan commented that trash is drawn to its own kind. Suddenly the man smiled slyly and turned to the manager. He said that he needed to resolve this situation somehow, and he wanted to buy that thing from him. He had it with him, after all. A satisfied young man looked out from behind Beristan's shoulder. He said that if he meant the magical tool for controlling a slave, then yes, he had it with him. The man was pleased and demanded it here. Then the man turned to Celia, who had her arms around the girl, looking at him with a worried look. He told her that he had first orders for her as from a new master. He drew the instrument forward and ordered her to kill Leonora. The girl thought grimly that he was going to kill her, discountenance the crime on the slave, and thus get rid of the evidence. The girl pressed Leonora still harder against her, and declared that she would not do it. How could she touch the child? Beristan said that such a one as she would not be able to free herself from the control of the magic tool, and if he told her to kill, then she must do it now, and use the tool. The collar around the girl's neck began to electrocute her. She screamed in pain. With tears in her eyes from the pain, Celia prayed that they would not harm the child. Beristan grudgingly turned to the manager and told him that this slave girl was some kind of defective and for him to lower the price on her. The young man rubbed his face irritably. Then the manager turned to the girl. He had a terrible cold look in his eyes. He asked her to think of the child he was financially supporting. Celia was horrified at these words. Meanwhile, he went on to say that if he suffered loss because of her, her child might die instead of Leonora. The girl looked sadly at Celia. It looked like he was holding her child hostage. Leonora thought that even though she might arouse suspicion, in this situation she just can't stay away. So she resolutely headed forward, telling Celia that she had had enough of putting up with this. The girl looked at her questioningly with tears in her eyes. The girl filled her legs with mana and jumped high and kicked Beristan in the face. The man collapsed to the floor. He dropped the magic item from his hands and plopped down with his hands over his face and howled in pain. Leonora landed on her feet. She was pleased with herself. He didn't expect an attack from her, so he wasn't prepared for it. No matter how strong a soul knight he was, a mana attack with the element of electricity would be a bit painful. Beristan was lying on the floor without feelings. A confused manager stood over him. The girl thought that such a blow, it was like being hit by a dozen electric shocks at the same time. Suddenly Leonora noticed on the floor a magical tool for controlling the slave. She decided that it was necessary to get rid of it. He walked over and stepped on it with force, breaking it in half. The girl didn't notice a young man emerge from behind her back. He smiled slyly and said it was useless until he terminated his slave contract with her. This time already, the girl had Celia's back. She said that slavery was illegal and she would claim him. He looked at her gloomily, but there was a satisfied smile on his lips. He said that the young Duchess was clever, but what can you do? Does she have proof? Leonora tried to intimidate him. He said Tristan had the proof, to which the young man smiled even wider. He said that Duke Saloa wouldn't do anything about it because he was the major shareholder in the trade guild that the Duke runs. Leonora now realized why he looked so calm. Is Duke Saloa really in cahoots with him? But first, we need to get out of here. She has a chance while Barristan is out. Leonora looked at the girl who was crying beside her. The girl wondered what would happen to her if Leonora got out of here, to her and her baby. The manager looked very pleased. He inquired what she would do now. If she wanted to buy Celia at a good price, then he would let her and the girl go anyway. No one would take the word of such a little duchess. As she thought, there was nothing left for her to do but to use this method. She didn't think she would have to use this thing here. Leonora turned to the young man. If Duke Saloa won't do anything, then her papa will. And the girl pulled out the whistle that hung around her neck. They should all be well punished. The girl remembered the day her father had given her that whistle. She asked what the whistle did. Gaspar answered her that it amplifies the sound with her aura so that she can call out to him whenever and wherever she is. So the girl blew the whistle as hard as she could. The young man's ears bled, thinking what the hell kind of a loud toy it was. The whistle was all over the gambling house, but nothing happened. The girl was confused. He had told her if she whistled that she would appear at once. Apparently it would take a while. She doesn't know what will happen next, but it's worth preparing. And what the girl did shocked the young man. He started screaming that she cried so suddenly like a little child. The girl, with tears in her eyes, said that babies always start crying suddenly. The young man remarked that she hadn't acted like that until now. She told him to shut up. She needed to wallow in the emotion. She thought that even the most magnanimous father, seeing her in tears, would not let it go so easily. Leonora kept wondering when he would come. Suddenly it was as if something huge had fallen on the lid. The young man was already in a panic. He didn't realize what the rumble from above was. The girl was also perplexed. She looked questioningly at the ceiling. She may have signaled that she was in danger, but her father is not the kind of person who starts by destroying a building. Gaspar was standing on the roof of the building. He was looking down at them emotionlessly through the hole he had made. The girl looked at him mesmerized and couldn't believe it was her daddy. He looked up at her. He jumped down to her and told her that her daddy had come. But the girl wasn't particularly happy because it wasn't her daddy, it was Lucas. She didn't understand why he was the one who had come. The girl ran up to the man. She wondered why Lucas had come. Lucas took her in his arms and told her to wipe her snot first before she spoke, and started wiping her nose. Leonora thought, it doesn't matter anyway that Lucas is here and not her father, because others still see him as Gaspar. And she looked with a sly smile at the manager, who was already in a panic, wondering what Duke Hachania had forgotten here. Lucas replied that he didn't need to know that, and the girl noticed that the man frowned. Lucas looked around, seeing scattered cards, dice, and chips. The man looked sternly at the manager and demanded that he explain to him the reason why his daughter was crying in the middle of the playhouse. Leonora, who was in his arms, also looked at the manager and demanded that he tell her everything he had said earlier. The young man was horrified. He started stuttering and saying that it was all just a misunderstanding. He continued to explain that the young Duchess had gotten lost, and he was just about to take her home. The manager began to peer at Celia, who was standing behind him. Suddenly the young man ran up to the girl, got behind her back, and began to cover himself with her, to speak, or rather, he wanted to order this maid to conduct her. But Leonora exclaimed that he was lying. Pointing her finger at him, she said that this uncle was an illegal slave trader, and had even offered to buy the girl for a dear price to her. The young man began to deny everything, saying that she was saying such things. Then he appealed to His Excellency, for he would not believe the words of such a young lady. But Lucas said that of course he believed his daughter's words, and releasing an aura, directed it at the young man. He fell to the floor and began to scream. The manager, covering himself with his hands, asked His Excellency to wait. After all, he was in His Excellency Ardel's territory. If he harmed him, it could lead to a conflict between the territories. But Lucas didn't react to this in any way, and continued to further use his aura on the young man. Leonora was angry at the manager. After all, he was able to talk teeth in a stalemate situation. This, because he is a con man. If this continues, nothing will come out to punish him. Lucas only replied, "So what? War is war," the girl thought, right? Just might start a war. But having understood the meaning of what he said and what could happen, Leonora stared at the man, saying what he was saying. The girl grabbed Lucas's hand and asked him to stop. The man did not understand why. She originally came here because of Count Ardell's money. If this escalated into a war between territories, things would only get more complicated. It would be nice to have proof so that the punishment would be legitimate. Leonora pulled Lucas's arm, forcing him to drop to his knee and stop using his aura. Just when the girl thought that the only evidence Tristan had taken with him, she noticed something. It was that recording magic artifact. The girl held the object in her hand and didn't understand what the artifact was doing here. Tristan had taken it after all. She looked up and saw the boy. She asked him why he had come back. He said because something seemed strange to him. Tristan pointed to his leg and said that there was a small teeth mark on his leg after a bite. The boy looked at Leonora and wondered if she was trying to help him, but then waved it off and said that wasn't the most important thing right now. Tristan turned to Lucas. He said that since the evidence was there would be no problem putting the verdict into action right now. Lucas said that since that was the case, fine, and looked at the manager again and directed his aura at him again. After that, the young man's screams echoed throughout the room. Leonora looked at the place where the young man had been only a short while ago. She thought that Lucas was a ruthless jerk. It was a good thing he wasn't on her side. Suddenly, the girl remembered that she had forgotten something and turned around. Now that the situation had settled down, she remembered an important factor she had overlooked earlier. It was Celia. The girl was on her knees. She was horrified by everything that was happening. Leonora approached her and asked if her child was now at the Brunette orphanage. Celia cried even harder and reiterated that her baby was indeed there, and now that the manager was gone, her baby was in danger. The girl thought about it. She frowned. She was right after all. It really is Brunette's orphanage. This place was one of the horrible backdrops that existed in this world. A fake orphanage where the imperial family, aristocrats, and slave traders conspired to create various magical stones using children who had nowhere else to go. There are reports that the strongest weapons of this world are located there. In any case, this is something that needs to be done before she leaves the confines of Ardell. The girl reached out her hand to Celia and suggested that she leave this place together and together save her child. The girl cried. She couldn't believe what the girl was saying. She would really help her get her baby back. Leonora answered in the affirmative. The girl admitted to herself that she was doing this for her own gain, but still, Lucas approached her and wondered why she should take the woman with her. Leonora thought that he could not take Celia because she was a slave because of her background. Suddenly, Celia exclaimed she was addressing His Excellency. She was sure she could take good care of her mistress and would serve her faithfully. The girl continued, saying that although she was now a slave, she had worked as a nomad for a while in Ellen's empire. Lucas remarked that since when was that called work? Celia also told him that in addition to the imperial language, she could speak 2 other foreign languages. Leonora decided to help the girl. She said that Celia is very capable, so let him take her with him. The man stood and said nothing, only looked at them thoughtfully. Celia looked at the girl carefully, said that, of course, a humble person like her is not good enough to serve the young lady, because the young lady is sweet, beautiful, and insanely kind, and she doesn't know much about mana, but she also feels that she is a person who exudes a noble and warm aura. Lucas asked again if it was indeed a noble and warm aura, then smiled and said that there's no arguing here. His little girl is sweet and kind. Leonora stood and watched Lucas, smiling contentedly. She didn't understand what was wrong with him, sort of your mana me mana. But the man did agree. After all, another maid for the young duchess wouldn't hurt. Celia thanked him happily. The girl stood there not understanding what else it meant, and she noticed that Lucas was not as simple as he seemed. Suddenly, someone called out to her. It was Tristan. With all these events, she had completely forgotten about the boy. Leonora turned to say something to him. But before she could say anything, the girl stopped. She was confronted with his cold, evil gaze. Leonora didn't know why it was looking at her more angrily than usual. Tristan looked at her intently. He questioned why she helped him. After all, it was disadvantageous for Hachania to help him. The girl didn't know what to say. She clutched the original book in her hands, which she had managed to read. It said that Tristan wondered how it was possible to help such a useless and trashy creature like him. He thought she only outwardly looked like an angel, but was she really an angel? However, how could she, as a child, use magical tools, and how did she sneak in here alone? Tristan eyed her suspiciously. The girl didn't like this situation. Tristan was beginning to suspect her. She needed to do something about it immediately. Leonora went up to the boy and pressed herself against his leg. She said that this is all because she likes him. Tristan questioned her confusedly. The girl squeezed his pant leg tighter and looked him in the eye and stated that she liked Tristan so much that she secretly followed him. She liked Tristan so much that she decided to help. After these words, the girl ducked down on Tristan and hugged him tightly around the waist. The boy did not expect such a thing. He was shocked. His face became red and dizzy. He grabbed his heart. Some noise was heard, to which Lucas and Celia turned around questioningly. A crack went down the walls. After that, the Gold Rush building completely turned into ruins. The next day, Count Ardell's estate. Lucas, along with Leonora, were sitting in the Count's study. The man tactfully asked, so Lucas completely wiped out the Gold Rush, a large gambling hall located in the central part of Ardell. Lucas sat relaxed while the girl was all as if on pins and needles. The Count continued. He looked on anxiously and didn't understand how an entire building could be wiped out with an aura. Lucas sighed and was about to start narrating when in a friend he shouted. It was Leonora who pinched his leg hard and painfully. The Count anxiously gave in to the front, asking if something was hurting the man. Lucas looked angrily at the girl and hissed at what she was even doing. Leonora smiled full mouth at the Count and said it looked like her daddy's legs were going numb. After which she already turned to Lucas, looked at him sternly, and whispered to speak politely. Although Gaspar is a duke, Count Ardell is also the head of a family belonging to 5 generations of aristocrats. Lucas snarled at the girl and addressed the Count in a cold voice that, in any case, he apologizes for what happened. The duchy will reimburse the full amount of damages. Leonora thought that for some reason, even when he uses a polite style of speech, his arrogance is impossible to hide. The Count grabbed his head. He said that such a thing the Duke said, the gambling den where the illegal slave trade took place, was something he should have taken care of himself as soon as possible. The man said that since the Duke had done all the troublesome work for him, he should be grateful to him. Lucas said indifferently that he needed no thanks. As there is much information about the illness, and the medicines themselves are on the point, anyone can see that the young countess is ill. Noticing where the girl was looking, Lucas inquired of the Count that he had heard that his daughter was often more. The girl made a sad look. She was so eager to meet Laureline after all. She was sad. The Count was surprised that the girl wanted to see his daughter. The man smiled happily. She was happy to hear that, and Laureline is feeling good today. And for her being here, maybe she wants to meet her now. Leonora went out to the courtyard. The girl was already waiting for her in the gazebo. The girl stood up from her seat, turned to her, and greeted her with a happy smile. The girl introduced herself. Her name was Laureline Ardell, and she was honored to meet Leonora. Leonora waved to her in a friendly manner and said she was Leah, and it was an honor to meet her. So she is Laureline. In the future, this child will become such a great magician that the Emperor will grant her the title of Laureline Aquamarine. 1171. Laureline smiled awkwardly at her. She was supposed to play with her today, but she's afraid she'll have to spoil her mood because she's not feeling well. Leonora thought, this seems to happen a lot. Leonora looked at her carefully and said that Laureline's state of health was more important than having fun together. Then the girl walked over to Laureline and took her hands. She continued that even if she gets upset or cries because she is suddenly sick, it's normal, so don't let her worry about it. The girl looked a little embarrassed, a light blush covering her cheeks. She agreed with Leonora. The girl sat in the gazebo, drinking tea and eating sweets. Leonora was happy. She ate the cake contentedly, thinking that it had been a long time since there had been such a peaceful tea party. When she realized that she was in the world inside the book, she completely lost herself in the problem of Lucas, who somehow got hold of Gaspar's body, controlling mana, and training with Enoch and Sylvester in order to manage everything, change fate, save the Duke, and save the dying Countess. She needs at least 10 copies of herself. In the meantime, she'll just enjoy this peace. Leonora's musing was interrupted by Laureline's coughing. The girl anxiously asked if everything was all right. Laureline covered her mouth with a handkerchief and apologized to the girl. Leonora noticed that the girl's complexion was paler than before. Leonora became sad. The reason Laurelyn is sick is due to a disease called mana leakage, a disease that has a negative effect on the body because the innate wave of mana is vast and gross. In the original story, only the Emperor and Inez knew how to cure it. But the Emperor didn't tell the cure for Ardell to use. Laureline took the tents away from her mouth. She looked at the girl with embarrassment and guilt. She thought she was feeling better and apologized for making her worry about her. 1182. 1182. Leonora was saddened by all of this. After all, she had planned to follow up on the situation and give her advice on how to deal with the illness. She must have gone soft like her father, unable to watch when a child was in pain. Leonora resolutely got up from her seat. She wants Laureline to get better as soon as possible, and it's not even about her plan or money. The girl had already started to say that she actually is, but she was interrupted by someone's voice that was addressing Laureline, telling her that they haven't seen each other for a long time. The girl turned to him and addressed him happily as the Marquis of Brenay. Leonora looked in his direction, stunned. Was this really the same Brenay who was the owner of Brunette's orphanage? The girls were approached by a blond man who looked affectionately at Laureline and wondered how she was feeling. But Leonora knew that this was the main villain of this novel. The Marquis came closer to the girls. He noticed Leonora. He inquired who the little lady was. Laureline politely introduced her to the Marquis, saying that she was a lady of the Hachania family. Leonora, on the other hand, sat looking at him sullenly. The Marquis was delighted at this meeting. Was this really the lady who was rumored to show the strength of the summer night? The girl continued to look at him without expressing any emotion or saying anything to him. Seeing his reaction, Leonora thought that apparently he was interested in her fake power, and yet, given the plot of the book, he just sees me, a means of making money and all, just like her adoptive father from a past life. The man thought for a moment, and then with a sly smile, asked the girl if she knew that the magic stones of the summer nights were very beautiful, like twinkling stars in the sky. He held out his hand to her, wondering if she wanted to see her mana stone. The girl quickly turned away from him, not letting him touch her, and replied negatively. Leora thought to herself sarcastically, she's so eager for him to take a piece of her life. Laureline turned to the girl and said that it didn't hurt at all, and that it was good to extract a small amount of mana. Leonora looked at her in surprise. She didn't expect to hear that from the girl. After all, there was no such thing in the book. The girl said that she had been doing that since she was a child. Because of her illness, it hurt her a little. The Marquis of Bricken had told her about it. While the girl was talking about all this, the man stood beside her and smiled kindly at her. This infuriated Leonora. He's a jerk. He's doing this under the pretext of treating her. The girl jumped up on the table and headed towards the man. She grabbed him by the hair and pulled him towards her. The man cried out in pain. He looked at the hair the girl had pulled out and asked what she was doing. Leonora made an innocent look. She apologized to the Marquis, saying that he had so much dust on his hair. Marquis was perplexed, and Laureline was amused by the situation. She laughed. She told the Marquis that so this is what a lady resembles your hair color. The man did not share her amusement. He angrily fixed his hair, then said it was time to start extracting mana. He reached into his suitcase. There was a bottle lying there. He took it out, and the girl, seeing it, thought the thing looked like the one Barristan had used. And since she's a small child, she'll use it. Leonora came a little closer, and stretching out her hand, under the pretense that it was a toy and she wanted to play with it, snatched it out of the Marquis's hands. Whereupon the girl, as if purely by accident, dropped the bottle from her hands. It flew down and smashed on the floor. The man was horrified. He clutched his head and began to shout that it was a bottle of mana extraction for 3,000 gold pieces. Leonora looked down at the shards and made a guilty look. She was so sorry that the vial had shattered. After which the girl grinned quite a bit, but this smile was noticed by Laureline. She was surprised by the girl's act, but she didn't say anything. The Marquis was furious. He flew up to Leonora, grabbed her with his hand, and lifted her up. He shouted at her, "How dare she break such an expensive thing?" The girl looked at him gloomily. She thought, "You just look at it. Why, every villain doesn't consider children for people. Well, not only villains." And the girl blew her whistle. Almost instantly, Lucas appeared, wondering what was going on here. The girl was glad he was so quick. But then she heard Enoch's voice, who was also running towards her. The girl didn't expect to see him. But Tristan was also running after him, asking what the Marquis of Bricken had done. The girl did not know what they were doing here, for she had only called for Lucas. The Marquis evidently did not expect their appearance. He was confused and asked what they had forgotten here. But before the Marquis could say anything else, Lucas grabbed him by the throat. He told him that they had not seen each other for a long time and that he had become too bold to touch his daughter. Marquis was surprised at the Duke's behavior. She said that they were not so close that he spoke to him in such a tone. Leonora watched them. She did not know that Lucas knew Bryken. It was strange. Her father was not the most sociable, so she decided it was time to get to the main point. The girl jumped off the table and headed towards Laureline. She took hold of the girl's dress and said that she wanted to have a private chat with Laureline, but the Marquis wouldn't allow it. The girl looked at the Marquis and thought, look how easily she would make him look like a lowlife. The Marquis exclaimed that he was just treating Laureline and wanted to move forward, but Lucas's strong hand prevented him from doing so. Lucas looked at him sternly and said coldly that his daughter had told him to bugger off. The Marquis turned pale with horror. The Duke didn't use aura, but why was he so scared? The Marquis decided to give up. He sighed tiredly and, removing Lucas's hand from his shoulder, said he would do as they said. The man sent the Duke away, smiling kindly. He turned to Laureline. He promised that he would visit her later. Already stepping back, he turned to Leonora. He said, "See you next time, little lady," and left. Lucas, together with Leonora, saw him off with a look in his back. The girl mentally told him not to pretend to be kind. She had already revealed his true gut. After that, the girl had already turned her attention to the boys who were standing nearby. She still didn't understand what they were doing here. She was certainly glad they had all come, but didn't they have anything better to do? Especially Enoch. Leonora was smiling, but a shadow of anger could be seen on her face. She turned to Enoch. She wondered if he shouldn't be in fencing lessons now. The boy was very frightened of her and tried to get out of it. He said that he was really very busy and was just about to go to class. He had already started to leave and was dragging Tristan behind him, who resisted because he was already done. Lucas also said that he had some things to take care of with the Count. They turned around and all three of them left. Finally, the girls were alone together. After a bit of silence, Laureline still said she was so surprised. Leonore thought that the girl must have been frightened and began to assure her that her papa was not like that at all. But the girl said no, not because of that. She turned to Leonore and asked with eyes full of sadness that she had done it on purpose. Leonore was perplexed, so the girl explained to her that she had about the broken vial for extracting mana and had chased away the Marquis of Bryken. Laureline looked sternly at Leonore and said she wanted an explanation for her actions. Laureline had been shrewd and bright since childhood. That's why she was able to succeed in the future. Didn't a person like her realize that there was something wrong with the treatment? In order for her to believe Leonora, she must show all sincerity. The girl sighed and said that she had come to tell the way that could cure your illness. 12:30. The girl wondered what other way, but Marquis Bryken had been curing her for a long time. Leonora was mentally furious. After all, he is just a crook taking revenge from her money. But still, it is worth showing her everything visually. Leonora said that she would show her everything in a moment and started looking for something in the pocket of her dress. Laureline inquired how. Leonora pulled out a crystal and held it out to the girl. She said with the help of the Summer Night Stone. It was Enoch's aura. The girl didn't understand how the Summer Night Stone would help her. Leonora asked her to take it in her hands. Laureline was a bit confused and didn't say a word, but reached out for the stone anyway. As soon as Na touched it, it glowed with light. The girl took it fully in her hand and clenched it in her fist. She felt something in her chest. Leonora watched her carefully. Enoch's aura is the opposite of Laureline's, so at first it seems like her body is rejecting, but based on the book, she is suffering from mana loss, and this is the way that is most effective. This method will help the girl, not like Bryken, just draw mana to the last. Laureline sighed, a light blush appearing on her cheeks. Laureline is smart, so she'll immediately realize there's a change. Leonora ran to the girl who was sitting on her knees on the floor. She excitedly asked how she was. The girl looked up at Leonora with a happy look and said that she was able to control the power of the fire elemental, and if this continues, she really will be able to be cured of her illness. Leonora looked at her proudly. She thought Laureline was a smart girl, and so she said that now she had an effective way. Let her now no longer be treated by Bryken. The girl sadly said that she thought his treatment was helping her too. Leonora pondered. She didn't understand. Laureline had been sick for so many years. despair eating away at her body with each passing day. She could only trust a man who would call himself a professional. Or maybe, aside from quackery, the Marquis really had found some way in which to cure her illness. Then Leonora confidently told the girl that she was more than certain that he had shortened the length of her life in his own interest. The girl sadly asked Leonora how the little lady knew all this. Leonora apologized to her, for she could not tell her. Then the girl asked her motives for helping her. Smiling kindly, Leonora said it was very simple. She didn't want the girl to suffer, that's all. This touched Laureline very much. But on the matter itself, Leonora wanted what the girl's father could give. Every summer, Ardell holds a summer training session where the red and white knights gather. More importantly, it is there that it is announced that a fencing tournament is about to take place. The day had finally arrived. Leonora was delighted. She climbed up on the chair with her legs from over-energy and joy, which of course did not please the maid, who ran to the girl in a panic, saying it was dangerous. I will now be signing up those who wish to participate in the tournament. Someone had already started to climb the stage. The girl was shocked when she saw who it was. She wondered what that degenerate was doing there. Bearstan stood on the stage. He asked from the stage that those who wanted to take part in the tournament let them step forward. The girl was ready to explode with anger. It was now obvious that Duke Saloa did not love his son that much. While Leonora was freaking out about this, the maid carefully covered her with an umbrella from the sun, thinking the lady was hot. Meanwhile, Bearstan was listing those who wished to partake of the thorns. They were Gray, Joshua, and of course Tristan. The mentor then inquired if they were all willing participants. Not hearing her brother's name, Leonora wondered aloud where Enoch was. The maid hesitated, after which she said that if she meant young Master Enoch, she had seen him walking toward the backyard. Leonora couldn't understand what the backyard was. He had mistaken the place of gathering. She didn't think he had decided to run away. Since morning, he was so excited. He wanted to take part in the tournament. He had to find him. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to apply afterwards. Leonora walked through the backyard and called out to Enoch. And she found him. The girl noticed his golden-haired head sticking out of the bushes. She walked over and sat down beside him, then quietly inquired as to what he was doing here. Enoch jumped with fear. He hadn't expected to see her. The boy looked at her with tears in his eyes and assured her that still he would not be able to feel in the tournament. Leonora looked at him stunned. She began to question him why. She thought to herself she had put so much labor into his training after all. Enoch began to explain that His Majesty had said that to see how they could adapt, during the finals, they would fight in a gorge with a stream or on a ship. Leonora asked in bewilderment, and what was the big deal? The boy bashfully lowered his head and said that he just had a terrible fear of water. The girl was astonished as if lightning had struck. Leonora was in a panic. She remembered Enoch's role in the story and what had happened between him and Ains. The boy looked at his sister with a sad look. He could barely hold back his tears. Leonora remembered that his fear of water was so strong that the protagonist once poured a cup of tea on him to punish the little villain. The girl looked at Enoch with a detached look. He may not be a good character in the future, but how could you think of pouring tea on a person? The boy looked at her anxiously and wondered what he should do. Leonora sighed. She needed to be calm. She turned to Enoch to listen to her. She would find a way to handle this, so let him not worry and take part in the tournament. Enoch looked at the girl with hope in his eyes. Really, she will do this for him. But the girl was lying, of course. But nevertheless, Leonora made a confident look and asked Enoch if he would believe her. The boy looked at her carefully and then blossomed into a happy smile and said that he believed Leah. The girl smiled nervously at him. Leonora thought that sometimes Enoch's smile begins to shine like a bright sun. Enoch and Leonora arrived at the training ground. They were met by Bearstan. He stated Enoch was late. The boy apologized and said that he had to talk to his sister. The mentor looked at the boy and said that with that attitude, he had no place in the ranks of the knights, even though he was a member of the ducal family. Leonora was furious. Again, this jerk for his own. All this time, she could not understand one thing. No matter how the duke was indifferent to his son, such a situation cannot be left to fend for itself. Why he was not punished, really. He was collecting aura stones not only to pay off the debt for gambling. The girl gloomily looked at Bearstan. She would definitely get rid of him. Bearstan saw the look in the girl's eyes, and he immediately felt uncomfortable with it. The man coughed and said that in any case, from today onwards, he was in charge of preparing the knights for the tournament, and Enoch would deal with the deputy commander. The boy squeezed his sister's hand, which he held tightly, and told the teacher that he too wanted to participate in the tournament. Barristan was surprised at this, but he grinned at Enoch and said that he thought Enoch had the brains to evaluate his abilities. Not everyone can handle competition, especially little ones like him. The boy defiantly began to deny the words of the teacher. After all, Tristan participated in it for the first time at his age. The tournament has no age restrictions. Also, knights from orders are not allowed to participate in it. This tournament is a great chance to show their abilities. Barristan, already without a smile, asked how many more times he should say that Enoch and Tristan are different. If he could master the art of sword aura, he could participate in the tournament. After that, the man looked at Tristan and continued to say, "Just so Enoch knows, Tristan mastered the sword aura at the age of 9. Leonora was perplexed. He treats Tristan like trash, but praises him for his abilities. The girl looked at Tristan thoughtfully. She doesn't deny that Tristan has obvious talent. Sword aura, it is a skill that allows you to create a magical sword having only a hilt. To do this, you need to be able to control your magic, so only experienced knights possess the skill." Deputy Commander Ravel came up to Barristan and condescendingly told Enoch to keep his spirits up. It's just that Tristan has been special since childhood, so he shouldn't compete with him. Just accept that you lack talent. Enoch darkened at these words, but he didn't tolerate them. He began to gather aura in his hand, and after a moment, he already had a sword of aura in his hand. For now, with Leonora's help, Enoch could do all the things that Tristan could do. Barristan and Ravel stood in shock at Enoch's mastery of the sword aura. Ravel began to stammer and asked when Enoch learned it. The teacher confusedly began to tell the boy that he had not taught him such a thing, but Enoch interrupted him indifferently and stated that didn't matter. Here Leonora decided to intervene. To make him do even better, she needed to give him support. She went up to her brother and began to admire him. It turns out Enoch is a real genius, who was able to learn it even without the help of a teacher. The brother is so cool. Enoch looked at the teacher and asked indifferently if this was enough to enter the tournament. Barristan was furious, but there was nothing left for him to do but to agree and say that he could take part in the tournament, but added that he would not hope for too much. Whereupon Barristan and Ravel turned around and left, leaving the boy and his sister alone. They came to the seashore. Leonora held a seashell in her hands and looked around admiring nature. Enoch sat down on the sand and nervously asked his sister if she was so eager to play by the sea. The girl turned to her brother and said that he had worked so hard all this time. Why didn't he just rest? The boy asked if no one would drown him and received a negative answer from his sister. Leonora wondered if he was really afraid of the driver, but that wasn't the case in the past. She turned to him. He used to like the sea. The boy grew dark and hid his face in his lap, saying it was a long time ago. Leonora looked at him sadly, didn't she, because it reminded him of Noelle. The girl didn't remember their mother at all, but here he remembers it will be a long time, but Noelle's body will never be found. Everyone in the duchy believes she is alive. But if true, how to find her? The book never mentioned her whereabouts anywhere. If she is alive, she can only appear in a side story. The girl should collect side stories of other characters, and maybe that way she can learn something, just like she learned about Tristan's training. But whose story to start with, she had no idea. It was all making her dizzy, more and more things to do. She informed her brother that she would be going to the sea. Enoch said worriedly that it might be dangerous and asked her not to go far. Leonora began to walk along the shore along the sea, the water barely touching her feet. First, she needs to figure out how to get rid of Enoch's fear of the water. If he's afraid of even a cup of tea, it's scary to imagine what it's like for him to be near the sea. Suddenly, a carriage pulled up to the beach house. The guards immediately shouted to stop the carriage. "You can't enter here without permission. This beach belongs to the Duke of Hachania." Leonora looked in that direction. She wondered why it was so noisy and who decided to welcome. She looked at the carriage. If she wasn't mistaken, it was a special pattern of the Bricken family. There was someone sitting in the carriage. It was a boy with blonde hair and cold blue eyes. An unknown feeling ran through Leonora's body. She didn't know what this feeling was, but what she was most curious about was who it was. Was there a person like him in this family? No, a character with that appearance was not in the book. So who was he? Following the boy out of the carriage came Sylvester, who addressed him by the name of William and told him to stay away from his little sister. Leonora was surprised to see him. She asked why he had left the carriage of the Bricken family. The boy replied that he had been told they wanted to invite her to their house, so he had come just in case. The girl thought, so they met by chance, and Sylvester went for control. Meanwhile, Wilhelm headed towards the girl and had already gone bone deep in the water. He said a polite hello to Leonora. The girl inquired why he had come. The boy bowed to her and said that he had come at his father's request. Leonora was very surprised to learn that the Marquis of Bricken had children. As far as she remembered, he had only been given the opportunity to rule over the aid center because he had no heirs. She wondered if this boy was definitely his son. She looked at him carefully. Wilhelm was approaching her and saying that his father wanted to invite her to a charity event. Meanwhile, the girl was pacing backwards, wondering what else the charity party was about. The boy held out an envelope to her and asked her to accept this invitation. Leonora looked at him and noted that he had polite speech and dignified behavior, but his look told her that this boy in front of her was very dangerous. The girl did not notice how she had already gone deep enough into the water. Enoch was already running towards her, shouting to her that she was already far away and in the water. Someone shouted to her to be careful, but the girl had already begun to fall into the water. The boy opposite her did not say or do anything. He just stood there and watched the girl start to drown. And being almost underwater, she saw him say something, but she didn't know what he was saying. She couldn't make it out. Suddenly, someone's hands took her and dragged her up. It was Sylvester. He held her in his arms and anxiously asked if she was all right. She said she was fine. She thought that even this deep was dangerous for a child, and in her previous life, swimming wasn't that hard. She thought that if it hadn't been for Sylvester, things might have ended badly. Just then, a worried Enoch ran up to them. He was worried if Leah was all right. Leonora happily reached out to Enoch and assured him that she was perfectly fine, all thanks to Sylvester. Then she happily told Enoch that he had also gone into the water to help her. The boy was confused. He was so worried about his sister that he didn't notice himself going into the water. He looked down in surprise at his feet, which were almost knee-deep in water. Leonora looked at him with happiness in her eyes, then reached up to hug him. She thanked him. Enoch hugged his sister, and with tears in his eyes and a happy smile, said you're welcome, and that he was glad she was okay. Over all this sweet and joyful scene, William watched silently at the side. Sylvester turned sharply toward him and threw him a look full of hatred. 1322, 1322. He flew up to Wilhelm, swung around, and punched him in the face. This was something neither Enoch nor Leonora expected. They looked at him stunned, and both turned to him. William the Table was silent. His cheek was bruised from Sylvester's blow. He looked up at the boy and asked why he had hit him. Sylvester grabbed his jacket. He was still furious. He started to explain to him because he was a jerk who scared his sister. But William was calm. He asked the boy to let him go and added that he didn't do anything to the lady. After which he addressed Sylvester by his full name and said that as far as he knew, he was not so hot-tempered. But the boy interrupted him, saying that since when did the Bricken family dare to judge him? Leonora, who was still in Enoch's arms, thought it was true. Sylvester doesn't usually behave like this, and it was necessary to stop him before it was too late. He asked Enoch to let her go. Enoch started to approach Sylvester and asked him to stop. She wanted to take his hand. She said he was really scared, but lo and behold, she is perfectly fine. She smiled happily and stated that she wanted to, and suggested that we all go together. After all, she had told about the cure for Laurelyn's illness, and had gotten a lot of money from the Earl, and the participation in the tournament and Enoch's fear of water had also been resolved, so she had no more business in Ardella, and it was time to return to Hachania. Sylvester looked at her uncomprehendingly, but he calmed down and took his sister in his arms. She smiled contentedly at him and fixed the hair on his face. And to be honest, she wanted to get away from this guy as soon as possible. She looked at Wilhelm with a kind of fear, who also stood there without expressing any feelings or emotions. He was not just watching her fall into the water, but he was also saying something. She remembered his words about human children being so weak. If she was not mistaken, he had said exactly that. The cardinal rule of survival was not to mess with crazy people. 1330. Leonora turned to Enoch and Sylvester, telling them it was time for them to go. She herself looked at the boy, who continued to stand in the water and do nothing. She had no reason to eat with him. Already sitting at Hachania's estate, Gaspar said to Leonora that he had to meet the Marquis of Briquin. The girl inquired why he should meet him. The Duke explained that he had to express his displeasure to him. His son had not only invaded their territory, but had endangered it. But the girl replied to him that he had not pushed her after all, she had fallen into the water herself. Suddenly there came a knock at the door and addressed His Excellency that he had received an invitation from the Marquis of Briquin to a charity party, and afterward inquired what to do. Leonora was stunned at their insistence. The girl started crumpling her dress. It felt like he was going to do something to her, but she had some business to attend to at his aid center. Maybe he could twist the situation in his direction. Leonora turned to Henry, who was standing outside the door. She asked him to give her an invitation. She then turned to Gaspar and said that she would go to this charity event. The Duke interrogated her excitedly. She stood up, smiled, and confidently told her father not to worry. She had a plan. She has a chance to get the ancient weapon hidden from the Marquis of Briquin. Can she miss such a chance? It was late evening. Leonora was riding in her carriage to the Marquis of Briquin's estate. She was considering the invitation that was from him, which she was holding in her hands. Among all the children of aristocrats, only a select few receive a letter inviting them to a charity event. The charity party is an event that Marquis Briquin organizes every year. He runs the largest orphanage in the empire. The girl had a sly smile. Leonora didn't receive this letter in the book, but because she had shown her aura at the recent gathering, it had finally fallen into her hands. This is her chance. She'll use it to retrieve Celia's baby and get her hands on the ancient weapon. She's arrived. The huge gates opened, letting her carriage through. There were tables on the grounds, and the area was decorated with various colored lanterns. Leonora looked out the window and couldn't believe her eyes. The rumors were true. The entire upper class had gathered here. She had never seen so many aristocrats in one place before. The carriage stopped, and the girl started to get out. Enoch and Sylvester are busy preparing for the tournament, and Gaspar was urgently summoned by the Emperor, so no one could go with her. That was even better. If they had been with her, she wouldn't have been spared the constant scrutiny. Celia helped the girl out of the carriage. The girl looked around. Everything was upscale. There were decorations everywhere and lots of lights. Celia, who stood next to her, marveled at how beautiful this place was. She was glad her child was living in such conditions. Leonora remained silent. She knew it was just a pretty wrapper. Aura stones worth an exorbitant amount of money are worth as garden ornaments. The girl had a feeling he had plenty of money. There are only two ways to obtain aura stones: mining enriched ores that have been stored in the ground for thousands of years, and extracting stones from living people. Everyone thinks he's always getting lucky and finding mines teeming with these stones, but really he just extracts them from orphans. He lures the children into his orphanage and tortures them until their lives are cut short, uses them as if they were expendable. Leonora stood watching the tower intently. Celia was very happy and pleased. She told the girl with a smile that it was so bright here, even though it was night. The girl looked at her sadly. She thought that Celia probably didn't know about all the Marquis's business, so she trusted him with the baby. He was too small, so the Marquis probably hadn't touched him yet. Leonora and Celia were walking through the garden. They heard the Austies discussing the banquet. That today's banquet was much more lavish than the previous one, and one of the guests heard this year many talented children graduated from the orphanage. One of them even passed the test for gifted children top score. They continued to talk about how much she wished she could be her daughter's personal maid. Leonora remembered that Briquin also sends orphans to other noble houses. Leonora was annoyed that since he asks nothing in return, he is respected immensely by everyone. Suddenly a voice came to her that made her feel as if she had been electrocuted. It was, of course, the Marquis himself. He was smiling amiably. He was glad she had come, so they met again. Leonora smiled sweetly at him and greeted him. To herself, she wondered why he was so friendly. Had she forgotten how he had pulled his hair? What a suspicious type he was. The man looked at the girl carefully and noticed a book in her hands. He wondered if the little lady liked to read. Leonora also looked at the book and just then noticed it glowing. Leonora instantly tucked the book behind her back. The book responded, just as it had then with Tristan, and hastily said that of course she liked to read, with that she would get the side story of the Marquis of Briquin. At that time, the Marquis, with a sly smile, replied thoughtfully to the girl's words, "That's how it is." whereupon the Marquis turned and headed away, saying lastly to the little lady, "Enjoy the evening." And as he walked away, the girl saw that the light was not directed at the Marquis. So it wasn't the Marquis. She didn't know where the hero was, but he was definitely around. Leonora wondered if any of the main characters in the book were related to the Marquis, but first she would follow the people. The girl was walking through the grounds and just past the gazebo where the three girls were sitting. One of them turned around. It turned out to be Laureline. The girl exclaimed happily to her and asked how she knew she was here. Leonora did not expect to see her here. She replied that she had been walking nearby and noticed them. The two girls who were sitting in the gazebo with Laureline stood up and introduced themselves. One was Maimon Damia and the other Franny Reckon. They were both eager to meet the lady of the Duchy of Hachania. Leonora assumed that the light indicated one of Laureline's friends. But no, it wasn't them. Oda curtsied, said it was a pleasure to meet her, and they could just call her Leia. But Leonora apologized to them and said she had some things to do, and quickly said goodbye and left. The girls thought Leonora was very nice. As they were walking past the building, Leonora noticed a girl sitting alone at a table in the window. She was the one she was looking for. The girl examined the girl and marveled at her beauty. She was a girl with long white hair and bright green eyes, with a lovely pretty face. She sat and quietly drank her tea. Leonora could not take her eyes off her. A side story appears in the character who played an important role in the original book as Tristan, but she didn't remember the book describing someone with that appearance. Leonora approached the girl. She said hello and introduced herself. The girl looked at her, then stood up and greeted her, curtsied and introduced herself. Her name was Bellucci Bricken. The girl was shocked. Leonora was stunned with shock. Wasn't that the name of the villain in the book? The girl was confused. Bellucci is so beautiful. How could she not be described in the book? But the only Bellucci that was in the original was the villain. Leonora decided she needed to check it out, so she reached out the book and touched the girl's hand. The book shone in Leonora's hands, and the text began to appear in it. Yes, now the girl was definitely sure that she was the villain. She began to read Bellucci's side story. Sitting in a dark dungeon, the girl heard her cell door open and someone enter. A voice addressed her. The girl looked up at it in fear. It was the Marquis. He smiled at her and told her that she was growing up to be a real beauty. The girl clenched her fists and bit her lip in anger and frustration. At 16, that was the age she showed her strength, so she would be able to participate in the charity event. Maybe at least she could escape at it. If she didn't, she would become the Marquis's wife. Bellucci had seen the previous Marquis die. That girl was only 4 years older than her. The Marquis locked her in a windowless room and forbade her contact with the outside world. For the Marquis wife, just a beautiful bird in a cage, and in order not to live as a mere toy, she wanted to get rid of her beauty by fire. Then the Marquis would not want to make her his wife. The girl looked irritably at Leonora and said that if she did not want anything, could she please step aside? She was tedious to welcome her guests. The girl bewilderedly begged her pardon and let her pass. Bellucci walked past, and Leonora was just reading what the girl was thinking now. She was thinking that at this evening's party, not the slightest mistake could be made. Leonora was surprised. Even now there were new details in the story. It was different from Tristan's story, which only described past events. The girl read that at the charity party, Bellucci made many mistakes out of excitement. This led to her not being taken on as a maid in an influential family. Bricken grabbed her by the hair and dragged her to the far side of the estate. The girl was confused. She did not understand. Was she also told the future, why the stories were so different? But the description of the future, as if covered with a shroud, as if hinting that it could be changed, does the book give her the opportunity to save Bellucci? Here Celia approached the girl. She called out to her, but the girl did not react. The maid had already turned to the girl questioningly. She closed the book sharply. The girl had a lot of thoughts in her head. She has to steal an ancient weapon, save Celia's child, and help the children of the orphanage. How many things she has to do. Now she has to save the future marches on her, but she would like to see Bricken fall from his position. The girl turned and addressed the maid, then inquired if she had brought everything the girl had asked for. Celia proudly stated that, yes, everything was as she had requested. Then she added embarrassedly that she had forgotten to bring the ashes. Leonora said, "That's all right. They use dirt." To her dad's dismay, her dad doesn't know what she's up to in Bracken territory, alone with a mere maid. But if she was accompanied by knights, she wouldn't be able to take a step aside. Thanks to Loreline for promising her dad she'd keep an eye on her. In the woods, not far from the manor, the maid and the girl were finishing their preparations. Leonora was just spinning around in front of Celia, asking her how the result was, if she looked more like a noble lady. The woman looked in horror at the bottle in her hands and asked the girl hopefully the effect would change. She liked her present hair color so much. Leonora said sternly that wasn't this the time for that. They were going to find her son. Then seriously told the woman to remember that their operation is called "You Want to Catch a Tiger, Go to Its Den." The woman nodded seriously. They began to discuss the plan. The girl said that Celia should leave as soon as she was in the orphanage. Next, she would go alone to save the children, and asked if the woman understood her. The maid grew dark. She said she would not leave her. She had already confided in them once. The Marquis said he would let her and the child go if I worked for 100 days. Oh, what if he deceived her? The woman began to cry. Oh, what if her baby was told she had abandoned him? Leonora started to calm her down, telling her not to worry about it. She's sure he would only believe her words. The girl thought that if her mom had come like this in her past life, she would have believed it. After that, the girl asked for forgiveness. She misspoke. She is sure her baby is waiting for her and suggested her to go quickly and save him. Celia was grateful for the girl's words. She smiled and agreed with her. They approached the main doors of the orphanage. Celia was holding Leonora in her arms, both wearing black hooded cloaks. The woman knocked on the door and asked if she could come in. They waited. Verdurg, the door opened. A boy came out and asked what brought them to their orphanage. The girl thought, a handsome but completely unemotional voice. Apparently it was William. And the girl was right. It was Wilhelm standing in front of them. The woman said she had come to keep the child. She was manifesting magical abilities. The boy only emotionlessly said this. Leonora breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't seem to recognize her. The boy greeted their shelter then pointed to a table where a hooded man sat and another stood beside him. William said that there she could leave the child and receive 1,000 gold pieces. Leonora was surprised at the amount. On that money, a simple citizen could live for a year, but although the amount seems large, it is negligible considering what the Marquis does to children. When Celia received the money, the girl made a sad look, waved her hand to the woman, and told her goodbye. As she left, the maid threw a sad look full of pain at the girl. The girl just pretended to be sad, but it looked like Celia was about to cry. The door closed behind the woman. Leonora thought that now was not the time to give in to her feelings. Her mission begins now. Viljoen turned around and started walking somewhere. She told the girl to follow him. As she walked, Leonora thought to find out more information. Maybe she should try to rattle the boy. Leonora started a conversation. She asked the boy what his name was, but the boy coldly replied that it was nothing. That was the end of the conversation. The girl thought, isn't his name Wilhelm? They reached a room that looked more like a prison. There was only a bed in the room, and there was a grate on the window. The boy said that this was her temporary room. The Marquis was busy right now, so the aptitude evaluation would be tomorrow. The girl asked again what the assessment was. Then Wilhelm explained that the Marquis would check to see how useful she was. Leonora instantly thought that if she didn't have even a drop of power, she would just be sold into slavery. After which she asked Wilhelm if she would be able to meet the other children. The boy didn't expect such a question. He looked at her silently for a while and then said that all the children in the orphanage are isolated from each other, so no, she won't meet them. Leonora was taken aback. She didn't know that would be the case. This obviously complicates her plan. Suddenly, William told her not to worry. If her abilities are tested and she gets a high score, she can dine with the Marquis once a week, and if low, once a month. Leonora looked at him and just didn't know what he was thinking. She didn't know what the hell she wanted to have lunch with the Marquis for. Leonora waited until the boy left. Then she opened the door of her temporary room and looked out. She looked around, for according to Wilhelm's words, it was just a temporary shelter. The book said that the special children were in the basement. Leonora decided that finding her brother-in-law with the help of Manhwa wouldn't be difficult, but something kept her wondering why such a place was so poorly guarded. The girl speculated that maybe he was using some sort of device to control the children. With those thoughts in mind, she headed further down the hallway. The girl continued walking down the dark, gloomy corridor. Suddenly she heard a voice. Its owner called out a number and then confirmed its presence on the spot. Leonora immediately recognized that voice. It was Wilhelm's voice. Hiding around the corner, the girl looked out to see who was coming. Leonora sighed heavily. Unfortunately for her, it was Bricken with the boy. At this time, the man and the boy walked past the cage rooms, checking their occupants for occupants. As they passed by one room, Wilhelm noticed that room number 168 was missing. The boy walked closer to the room and asked the man why room number 168 was not. Marquis explained that there had been an unforeseen situation while retrieving the mana stone. Bricken was angry and annoyed. He began to complain that if this continued, he would be short of frost mana stones. He went on to say that His Majesty the Emperor requested a batch of frost mana stones because in time to lay siege to Tuarson, he wants to freeze the walls. The man continued to complain about how infuriating it all was. William stood beside him and looked at the Marquis with some sympathy and regret, whereupon William proposed to the Marquis that he would make up for the missing number of stones. Leonora, who continued to hide around the corner and listen to their conversation, was stunned at what he was saying. Why he was saying it as if it were just candy. Doesn't the boy know the dangers of extracting mana? Hearing the boy's suggestion, the Marquis blossomed into a smile. He looked at the boy kindly and thanked him. Bricken put his hand on the boy's head and started stroking his hair. He smiled at him and told him that as expected of his favorite at the orphanage. William, with his head slightly lowered, stood silently without expressing any emotion and accepted his caress. The children who were in the cages moved closer to the bars and looked on with longing and envy. They said they were envious and wanted to do so too. Leonora watched the children react to such a gesture by the Marquis with a kind of shock and longing. She realized now that there were no devices here. What the Marquis uses is much scarier, and that is loneliness. The Marquis's plan was cruel and insidious. Children are purposely isolated from each other so that they crave as much love as possible. Children who are truly lonely always want a piece of warmth from a guardian, even the worst. Leonora came to the realization that it was just like it had been in her past life. She was such a child, too. The girl shook her head to push away the bad thoughts about her past life. She ordered herself to stop. Now was not the time to indulge in memories of her past life. Pushing all unnecessary thoughts away, Leonora focused. She began to primp. She couldn't hear the infant crying here, so it must be somewhere below. There was no time to linger. Celia's baby must be found. Leonora found a staircase that led down to the basement. As she descended down into the basement, the girl heard crying that echoed throughout the dark hallway. She walked towards the sound, trying to find its source. She walked and stopped near a door, where the crying seemed more distinct to her. Leonora opened the door and peered into the room. Yes, it was the very room with the babies she was looking for. It was a large room with many wicker baskets on the floor, and in each one was a baby. All the babies were crying. Leonora thought that the babies were crying because there were no adults around. The girl looked at all this number of babies and did not understand how she could find Celia's baby. Suddenly, she remembered what the woman had said about her baby. She told her that he had a mole on his cheek in the shape of a heart. The girl started looking for the baby, and coming to another Corinth, she saw a baby who had a heart-shaped mole on his cheek. Leonora rejoiced. It was him. She had found him. She told the little one, "Here you are," and held out her hands to take him. The baby, seeing the attention to him, even stopped crying. Suddenly, the door to the room suddenly opened, and the Marquis entered. He was just asking Wilhelm if he could manage alone. The girl did not know that it turned out that there was a door on the other side, too. She ran behind a column in terror and hid there. She was very scared. She didn't expect this. William, who had entered the room following the Marquis, noticed some movement and looked in the direction where the girl was hiding. But apparently the boy either didn't give it any importance or didn't see anything. Wilhelm only replied to the Marquis's question that yes, he would manage alone, and he would inform him of everything as soon as he finished the extraction. The man was pleased with the boy's behavior. He smiled slyly at him and told him that fine, after the fundraiser was over, have him come to his house for dinner. He chose him, after which he turned and walked away. The boy bowed in his wake and thanked him. Although he didn't express any emotion, but he was happy that the Marquis had chosen him for tonight's dinner, after which the boy also turned the other way and went about his business. The girl sat and watched him from her hiding place. She couldn't understand him. What kind of guy is he? Is he really going to extract mana stones from himself? Leonora sat there and couldn't believe he would actually do it. It was a nightmare. Extracting even a crumb of mana is very painful, and the boy wants to do it to himself. The girl began to convince herself that it was none of her business. She kept repeating and repeating to herself that it didn't concern her, that she didn't care. But the girl realized that she couldn't do that, and after sending everything to hell, she jumped up. She thought that she already had a dangerous mission, so she was also worried about some boy. She decided that apparently all the members of the Hachania family were very, very naive people. Before going after the boy, Leonora approached Celia's baby basket. She turned to him and told him to wait for her just a little while, and she would soon take her to her mother. The child, as if realizing what she was saying to him, broke out in a contented smile, and he radiated happiness. Leonora came to the center room of the orphanage. She saw some capsules, and Wilhelm was already in one of them. He was kneeling on one knee and coughing. It was obvious that he was very ill. The girl ran with all her legs to him. She was very worried. She looked at him anxiously, wondering if he had already started. She noted that she had never seen so much mana being extracted at once before. Leonora watched Wilhelm squirm in pain. She remembered the Marquis saying that the stones were needed to lay siege to the fortress, but if that much mana was extracted, it was tantamount to suicide. But it was obvious enough. The girl noticed blood dripping down the boy's arm, forming a small puddle. She realized that his body was about to fail this. The girl knew something had to be done immediately. She ran up to the capsule and wanted to touch it, but she was immediately electrocuted. Leonora pressed her hand against it and clutched at the pain. Apparently, this wasn't going to be as easy as she thought. Leonora realized she had nothing else to do but use mana. She concentrated the magic in her fist. She knew that if she destroyed the capsule, everything would stop. So the girl slammed her fist into the capsule with all her might. The glass cracked, and then the flask shattered. Willem did not understand what happened, why everything stopped. He looked up. He saw in front of him the girl he had taken into the orphanage today. She stood with her hand clenched into a fist and looked at him intently with a serious expression. The boy turned to her, but instead of words of thanks, he said that she had just broken the mana extraction device. Such a response discouraged Leonora. The girl was outraged that he thought it was a problem. She was actually now risking her life to save his. Leonora was indignant, spreading her arms. She tried to explain to him that, because of extracting mana for the stones, the life force was leaving him. He could have easily died. But Wilhelm simply replied that he knew that. The girl didn't understand. He knew it and went for it anyway. Was it really all just for Bricken's sake? But the boy, empty-headed, kept silent and did not answer her. Leonora stood beside Wilhelm and was also silent, only looking sadly somewhere to the side. She didn't want to get involved with characters that didn't belong in the novel after all. But somehow she couldn't just leave the boy like that. At one time, she too did everything for her adoptive father, only for him to love her one day. But after being reborn in Hachania's family, she realized that real parents will never use you that way. And the girl decided that she wanted Wilhelm to know that too. So she turned to the boy. She said she would save him. The boy raised his eyes to her in surprise. Wilhelm looked at her confused, after which he hesitantly asked back what she had just said, that she would save him. Leonora was determined and serious, and she said with complete confidence that yes, she would save him. The girl assured him that he would escape from this terrible place with her help. Leonora remembered that she had one thing that would help. She started looking for something in her pocket and told the boy that she would give him something first. She couldn't believe that she would have to give him what she had prepared for herself, but there was no choice. The girl took out a gold bracelet and put it on Wilhelm's hand. She explained to him that it was a hiding artifact. Once it was activated, no one would be able to see it. To herself, Leonora resented that artifacts were expensive as hell and yet only disposable, so she wanted to save it for herself. The girl looked at Wilhelm, who had covered the bracelet with his clothes, and thought that he didn't even realize it. Then, apparently remembering something, she told the boy that they didn't have much time. They had to run. They walked down the corridors of the orphanage. Leonora almost understood how the orphanage was set up, but it would be very difficult with babies who couldn't move on their own and children who wouldn't want to listen to her. The girl walked ahead, with Wilhelm following a little behind her. She thought there would be no trouble if she had this fellow to help her with the other children. But the girl immediately interrupted herself, she thought, though no, he is obligated to help her. She turned to the boy and inquired if he knew where Bellucci was now. Wilhelm, expressing no emotion, simply nodded affirmatively. Leonora said fine, and asked him to show her the way to her place. At that time, somewhere in the Marquis's mansion, a check was being held for Bellucci, and just at that moment there was the sound of breaking glass. It was a cup carried on a tray by a girl. She was just staring in horror at the shards that lay on the floor in front of her. Because of the excitement, the girl was all cowardly. She could not help her shivering. At the long table sat the Marquis and the lady, who watched and evaluated her skills. Looking at such an elementary mistake, the Marquis took the words. He said with a satisfied look that he understood everything. Apparently, Bellucci does not want to leave the orphanage, and smiled. The girl was just heading back when she heard these words of the Marquis. With fright, she dropped the tray from her hands, and it fell to the floor with a clatter. She turned to him and looked at him in horror. She thought that no, she really wanted to leave the orphanage. It was he who was trying to keep her here. Meanwhile, the lady and her companion were discussing Bellucci. Madame was not satisfied. She thinks that this girl has made too many mistakes. To which the other woman replied that everything is true. It is not just an accident, but a simple clumsiness. Madame then proceeded to say that the maiden was beautiful, and that was the end of it. Her hands were too weak, and Madame would not be able to take her. Bellucci felt as if an electric shock had struck her. She stood devastated, utterly terrified. She thought that, no, this was her last chance to get out of here. Then she remembered that that's right. Madame March makes the servants do hard work for a pittance. The girl ran over to the table and fell to her knees in front of the woman. She tried to explain to her that, Madam, it was all because she wasn't feeling well. She had indeed accidentally stepped on the hem of her dress and dropped a cup. Bellucci knelt before her and folded her hands in front of her. She pleaded with her. The girl began to say that she did not eat much and could stay awake, and if Madame wished, she could serve her both day and night. The girl thought that even if Madame used her as just a slave, it was still better than becoming a marquise. Madame's face changed. She liked this strong eagerness of the girl. She asked the Marquis if she could have her for herself. The man was wary. He had obviously expected not such an answer from the woman. But without giving any sign, the Marquis smiled as kindly as possible at the woman and asked her if Madame was sure of her choice. The woman, with a serious look, said that she thought she was, and asked the man how much she would have to pay to the orphanage. Bricken corrected her by saying that the shelter does not accept money, only donations. Madame was already starting to get annoyed, saying, okay. She asked again, so how much she would have to donate. The man said with a satisfied smile that she only needed to donate 5,000 gold pieces. The madam didn't expect such an amount. She stunnedly asked him again if it was really 5,000. She indignantly continued to say, after all, last time she had only given 1,000 for the child who had done the best in the exam. Marquis began to explain that Bellucci was responsible for the children's education. If she left the orphanage, he would need to find a teacher, and lately, teachers were demanding a lot. The woman couldn't find anything to say to him. The girl, frozen in place, continued to sit on the floor and look at all these attempts of the Marquis to leave her in the orphanage with despair in her eyes. She realized that 5,000 gold pieces was too great a sum. For that sum, a commoner could live on it for about 5 years. Despair overtook the girl's head. From helplessness, she rested her hands on the floor and wept. She told the Marquis that he had promised her, hadn't he? She remembered his words. He had promised to give her freedom if she studied hard. She cared about her looks and her knowledge, and in the end, she would be locked in a room without a drop of sunlight. Suddenly, a sudden thought came into her mind. That was not why she was not adopted. She raised her head sharply and looked at the Marquis with fury, shouting at him that he was a cheat. Bricken made a sad look and asked Bellucci to calm down. Then turned to Madame, smiled indulgently, and said that the girl is very sensitive and loses control easily. The woman looked at the girl and covered her mouth with her hand in surprise. She said that God, and who would take this girl for such money? The Marquis, in the same manner as he spoke, replied that she was right. Apparently, it would be necessary to keep her, and he was very sorry. Bellucci was seized with despair. She sat on the floor and covered her face with her hands. She thought that, no, it must be wrong. She had made no mistakes while she was preparing. It must be wrong. Suddenly the door opened abruptly and Leonora walked in, who was clean again and dressed in her dress, thanks to the marvelous skills of Celia, who quickly cleaned everything up. She inquired of those present what they were doing here. A tearful Bellucci turned to her. Seeing in what condition the girl, Leonora thought that, as she understood, everything happens just as in the story, but she would not allow this story to become a reality, and the girl resolutely headed in their direction. All three stood up and bowed to the girl. The woman who was next to the madam said hello to Lady Hachania and explained to the girl that they were here to assess Bellucci's skills. The girl inquired if she could go with them. Leonora walked over to the table and leaned over to look at the papers that lay there. The girl read what was written there and excitedly declared that it was amazing. The girl had scored as much as 97 points out of 100, but she didn't understand why Bellucci was crying. Madame Businesslike began to explain to the young lady that it was because it was not enough to enter an aristocratic house. You have to be perfect, but the girl made a number of mistakes. Leonora said thoughtfully, something about mistakes, and her gaze fell on a jar of ink. A moment later, the Marquis, who had not yet realized what had happened, looked at the girl in surprise. The girl, who was holding the inkwell in her hands, instantly made a surprised look. She turned to the Marquis in a panic. She started to explain that she had just touched it, but her hand slipped off abruptly. Barely containing himself, the man glared at her angrily. Here Leonora started to say that her daddy says that it's okay to make mistakes. Everyone makes them. It helps everyone grow. The girl turned to Bellucci and looked at her affectionately and added that you don't have to try to be perfect. That's what her daddy told her. The girl gave her a strepit look. Leonora then turned to the Marquis again and said that if no one wanted to take Bellucci away, she would. The Marquis wiped his face from the ink with his handkerchief, interjected that the little lady wanted to hire Bellucci. Then he smiled wickedly and smugly and inquired if Leonora had 5,000 gold pieces. The girl proudly took out a purse in the shape of a bunny and declared that of course she had such a sum. She was, after all, the young lady of the Hachania family. Then Leonora said that, you know, Marquis, looking at your craving for money, you look more like a poor man than an aristocrat. Bricken was taken aback by such insolence. The girl looked at him sadly and said that it must be because he finds and sells children. Leonora knew that Bricken makes money by criminal activities. He might be richer than the Hachania family, but now the important fact is we need to press his weakness. After the girl's words, the Marquis was clearly nervous, and taking his eyes aside began to ask what Leonora was talking about. But the girl decided not to continue the conversation with him. She turned away from him, making a tired look, waved away the Marquis, and said that at this banquet is not interesting at all, so she leaves. Milano wished the man luck in sorting it all out. Leonora approached Bellucci. The girl still sat surprised. The girl held out her hands and told her it was time to go. The girl cried with happiness and reached for the girl's hand. She began to say that she would never forget the kindness of the young lady Hachania as long as she lived, and taking hands, the two of them went away together. The man started shouting at them to stop, but he had another problem. It was the madam who was angry and looking at him sternly. The woman was annoyed. She demanded that he show her another child after all. He needs donations. After which she stated that she was just wasting her time. Having calmed down a little, the Marquis asked her forgiveness and assured her that he would now prepare another child. 2 hours afterward. In the woods near the orphanage, Leonora was explaining her plan to Bellucci. The girl asked in horror if the lady had gone mad, then declared that she didn't want to do it. The girl reminded her that wasn't she the one who said she would do anything. Bellucci corrected her that she had said no such thing. She said she would not forget her kindness. Leonora sighed. She held up the stick that served as her pointer, and condescendingly said that she was explaining the settlements once, so let her listen carefully, and began to take turns pointing at the pictures she had drawn. First, they had a plan to get to the orphanage, then to find the secret weapon, then to destroy the tower where the Marquis abuses the children, thus freeing the children, and lastly, they should get the Marquis out of the way. That was the plan. Marquis Bricken would never have made it into the top 5 strongest families in the empire if it wasn't for the ancient weapons obtained during the war between the Arkle Kingdom and the Empire. However, should the weapon be stolen or disappear, he would no longer be able to use it as a power. Bricken has a strange obsession with Bellucci. It is now up to Leonora to seize this opportunity and save the children. Looking at Wilhelm, who sat under the tree with his head bowed, Leonora thought, while the Marquis is cooing at the banquet, it will be necessary to holster the weapon. While Leonora looked thoughtfully at the boy, the artifact's effects don't last forever, so they need to hurry. Celia stood with a sad look at her back and remained silent. Bellucci, sitting on her lap, anxiously wondered how the lady wanted to find this weapon. The girl anxiously continued to say that this weapon was a family heirloom. They had never seen it with their own eyes. The girl thought she was grateful for the rescue, but she was terribly afraid to steal the weapon. These are the lines that appeared in the story. Despite her appearance, Bellucci is very cowardly and timid. Leonora stood with an open book in her hands and read everything that the girl thinks. The same in turn pressed her lips with fear and hugged herself with her arms. Leonora closed the book and sighed. Then she turned to Bellucci. The girl said she knew what awaited all the children in the orphanage. The girl raised her eyes to her in surprise, trying to understand what she meant. The girl looked sadly into Bellucci's eyes and said she wasn't stupid, she should have known. The girl was silent for a little while, after which, taking her eyes aside, she inquired that the Marquis was really killing children. Leonora sadly answered only yes. Their whole life consisted only of extracting mana stones, and after that only a terrible and painful death awaited them. Bellucci did not understand, with so many children in the orphanage, how the Marquis' crimes could go unpunished. Leonora sighed and, raising a serious look at the girl, said that it was because the children had no guardians. Children are weak. Without adults to protect them, they can do nothing. The girl gritted her teeth, then turned to Leonora. He says all she has to do is gather the children and take them outside. Leonora was surprised at this change in the girl, but said yes, she guessed where the weapon was. Leonora watched how determined the girl had become and told her that Bellucci should gather the children and prepare to run away. In the meantime, she would steal the weapon. The girl rose from her knees, shook off her dress. She said she understood and asked for a signal when she was ready. Leonora said she would, and warned that the signal would be a whistle. She thought they would have to use the whistle that her daddy didn't come running. Leonora walked over to William, calling to him. She said he would go with her. The boy looked at her with a cold look and asked her again if she was addressing him. The girl gave him a serious look and said that she would need his help. He was, after all, well acquainted with the plan of the estate, and declared that she planned to destroy the orphanage. After a little silence, William rose to his feet and said that apparently it was time. Leonora didn't understand what time he was talking about. But the boy didn't explain anything, only said that he would guide them where they needed to go. The girl thought with annoyance that he was ignoring her. It was late at night. Leonora and Celia followed the corridor of the Marquis' estate, behind William, who walked ahead of them. There was a description of Bracken's study in the book. It contains a secret room that he uses as a safe. Archaea was a very long time ago an advanced country. It was called the Kingdom of Mages. Its masters knew how to create the most powerful weapons to defend the homeland, and it's hidden there. While Leonora was immersed in her thoughts, they reached their destination. William stood near the door, turned to the girl, and said that this was the Marquis' study. The girl couldn't believe her eyes. She said one could go crazy. There were huge doors in front of them. Leonora had no idea how to open them. She thought if she tried by force, the guards would come running. She would easily win if she had this ancient weapon in her hands. But if before, while she was thinking, Celia stood in front of the door doing something. Leonora wondered what the woman was doing. Suddenly, the lock that held the chain that bound the door opened and fell to the floor. Celia turned, holding the lockpick in her hands, and cheerfully announced to the girl that the door was open. After which she added that they didn't have much time, so they needed to hurry. Leonora was clearly surprised. She did not know from such talents of her maid. Already entering the study, the girl told the woman that she had not told her she was a burglar. Celia replied that yes, everyone could do that. Leonora thought that it seems their idea of a burglar is different. They walked into the study. The girl looked around. Everything was exactly as in the original. A huge spruce desk with the Marquis' coat of arms engraved on it. A portrait of the first emperor defeating Archaea. Leonora approached the portrait. She knew the weapon must be hidden behind it. It depicted the first emperor, Willin. Light blonde hair like Ains and eyes like fresh grass. He had destroyed Archaea, erasing its name from the pages of history. If Ains hadn't found a secret document in the palace library, she would never have known this country existed. But the girl doesn't care about the backstory. The main thing is to get a weapon. Leonora grabbed the rope that weighed near her partner and pulled. She noticed there was a scepter hidden here. Considering its size, it wouldn't be hard to find it. And a door opened in front of her. This was it. But it wasn't a safe, it was more like a weapons armory. Leonora marveled. It was as if she had gone to heaven. Everything was here, a rifle, a revolver, and it was a contraption, and even a bazooka or something. She knew that the Marquis of Bricken and his allies were planning a rebellion. They were developing a weapon that used mana stones instead of gunpowder. But she didn't think it would be so similar to the weapons she knew. While the girl was looking at the bazooka, Celia approached her, wondering what she was looking for looked like. Leonora replied that it looked like a scepter, but it wasn't here. She would have to look for more. But the girl shivered when she saw Wilhelm holding a revolver. The boy said that if they wanted to destroy the orphanage, they would have to destroy all the guns. Whereupon he held out the revolver to them and told them to kill him rather. Leonora looked at him and did not understand what was going on, why he would do this. The boy crouched down on his knee and introduced himself by his full name. His name was Wilhelm von Swiffe, then looking into the girl's surprised eyes, added that he was the last king of Archaea, and this weapon that had been taken from his country was what they were looking for.